Testing, testing.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Governance and Priorities Committee meeting here for Tuesday, October the 7th. Starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge this territory is home to the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Looking at the agenda here, I'm looking first to council, if council and administration, if there are any additions to the agenda. Administration? Nope. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee approve the October 7, 2025 Governments and Priority Committee agenda as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just on a moment of reflection, just very quickly, I received a phone call on the weekend and learned that our Chestermere Lakers football team went 5-0 this year. That's the first time that has ever happened with our Chestermere Lakers. And so I know that they've been putting in a lot of work. They brought in some, there's been some additional coaching help that's been coming in and things like that. So just wanted to give a shout out to our Chestermere Lakers, the football club, for having a 5-0 season, and best of luck to them moving as they move forward. With that, we have then two people listed for public input session here this morning, and the first that is listed for public input is Joanne Lemna. Good morning.
And Meer, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for continuing to allow the opportunity for residents to speak. I guess mine is really short, sweet, and to the point. This is a personal thank you to this entire council for the time and dedication that you put in to support our community and to make Chestermere a better place to live. I have a little certificate of appreciation for all of you. Jersey Day, I had to join in, but thank you to each and every one of you from me, because it has been an absolute pleasure sitting in chambers with you guys, not every council meeting, but just about. It's just so refreshing to see a council that works together, is cohesive and respectful of each other. So thank you for putting Chestermere first and all that you've done. And I hope to see you all here on October 21st. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for those comments. It's appreciated.
May I?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They're not color or anything, but. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. That is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. We have another one. Prisha Narayan is coming to present. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I don't do public speaking, so I'll try my best to say everything properly. My name is Prisha Narayan, and I'm a resident of Chestermere. I live at 104 Aspenmere Close. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak today about an issue that affects our pets, our wildlife, our environment, and our community, the use of fireworks. Fireworks have been a long symbol of celebration. They light up our skies and bring excitement to holidays and community events. But as much as they dazzle us for a few moments, they also cause harm that often goes unseen. I'm here to share what that impact looks like and to ask City to consider ways to celebrate safely and sustainably. First, the effects on pets and wildlife are significant. Loud explosions and bright flashes can be terrifying to animals. Dogs and cats often panic, run away, or injure themselves trying to escape. Each year, shelters across Canada see an increase in lost pets around firework events. Wildlife are also affected. Birds abandon their nests, animals flee their habitats, and some even die from collisions or stress. There was a case in Arkansas, US, where nearly 5,000 birds died after a firework event, and a horse in Nova Scotia that lost its life after being startled by fireworks. Even though one of these examples weren't in Canada, it does show the impact of fireworks on animals. I've also seen this personally with my own dog, Shaggy. Whenever fireworks go off, he shakes uncontrollably, hides and refuses to eat or come out for hours. It's heartbreaking to watch because there's no way to explain to him that there is just a celebration. I can never truly know how he feels in these moments or what he wants to say, if he could, but it's clear that he's scared and confused. And I know many other pet owners in Chestermere go through the same experience, trying to comfort their pets while fireworks explode nearby. Second, fireworks also affect people. For many, the noise can cause stress, anxiety, and sleeplessness. For veterans, refugees, and trauma survivors, those sudden explosions can trigger painful memories of conflict. Young children, seniors, and people with sensory sensitivities also struggle with the unpredictability and volume of fireworks. In addition, fireworks pose real safety risks. Between 2011 and 2023, over 200 Canadians were injured by fireworks, most from burns and eye injuries. Many of those incidents required emergency treatment or hospitalization. Fireworks can easily malfunction or be mishandled, and even one spark can start a dangerous fire. With Alberta's dry summers and increasing wildfire risk, this is a growing concern. Beyond safety, there are serious environmental impacts. When fireworks explode, they release toxic chemicals, metals like lead, copper, and barium, and gases such as carbon dioxide and perchloride. These substances contaminate the air we breathe, the soil beneath us, and the water in our lake. Some of these particles settle in the lake bed and remain there for years, affecting aquatic life and water quality. Leftover debris and plastic casings also contribute to litter and pollution in our parks and neighborhood. All these harms to animals, people, and the environment come from celebrations that only last minutes. The good news is that there are better alternatives. Many cities around the world are now using drone lights or projection mapping to create beautiful, quiet, and chemical-free displays. These shows are visually stunning and safe for people, pets, and wildlife. They also reflect the values of a modern, sustainable community. If switching to these alternatives isn't possible for every event, we can still make meaningful change by limiting fireworks to two major celebrations, Canada Day and New Year's Eve. This simple step will reduce stress on animals, residents, and minimize pollution, and make cleanup and fire safety easier to manage. Fireworks may symbolize joy, but their continued use in our community comes with unavoidable cost. By choosing safer, quiet, and cleaner options, Chestermere can still celebrate proudly while protecting our family, our pets, our wildlife, and our environment for generations to come. So today I ask City Council to take meaningful action either by limiting the use of consumer fireworks to Canada Day and New Year's Eve, or by transitioning towards safer, environmentally friendly alternatives such as drone or lights. These steps will allow Chestermere to lead by example, showing that we can celebrate with both excitement and compassion. Thank you for your time and considering how we can make our celebrations safer, kinder, and more sustainable for everyone in our community.
Awesome. Thank you for that feedback. What I would suggest with that is just given the time of year, given what we're facing, given the fact that we're 13 days away from an election and those sorts of things, and what I would suggest is if we could get that, perhaps Legislative Services could connect with you through our CEO, have Legislative Services connect with you and get a written copy of what you've given. And then that could be something that the administration could bring back for next council to have a conversation about. Just from a legislative standpoint, there's not... This council right now would not be able to take an action item on this right now because at a GAP meeting we can't do that. But I don't want your comments to be lost as like, oh, thanks for sharing, and then you go away. I would like to figure out a way that at least there's a way to still capture that and honor that, and at least provide a council that could have that conversation to be able to have that conversation. So, Mr. Edney, I'm not sure if the best way would be if your feeling is through to have her connect with Legislative Services, and then perhaps that could just be brought back. Okay. Yeah. So if you just want to connect with Legislative Services, then we can do that.
Yeah, I do have a report also that I wrote.
Okay. Yeah. If you just, like I said, if you just want to provide that to our Legislative Services team, who's just over here, then, like I said, that can come back to future council, who could then have a further conversation with regards to this matter.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning. Through you, just wanted to say that I had the opportunity to meet our presenter when I was door knocking, and through you, just wanted to say I'm so glad he decided to come out. That was excellent. I still get nervous every time I public speak too, and I do this at least every week. So I think you did a really good job. Thank you for coming.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So the purpose of today's meeting is for us to review the committee work that has been done over the last year. And so one of the things that I wanted to ensure is that find a way to capture what our council committees have done. I think that all of our committees, to varying degrees, have accomplished a lot of positive work. And so I thought that it would be good for us today at our final GAP meeting just to capture that work. And then with the intention of, and I have confirmed this through the agenda prep process with administration, that these reports will be part of the orientation package that's going to be coming here for the orientation for a new council. And then that can help the new council decide on which committees to continue. And I am sure that there will be some ideas on possible new committees and or possibly not following with a committee. So that's the purpose of today. I do see that we have one guest presenter here. So I am going to go out of the order that they are listed, but then we'll go back to the way that they are listed. So in the agenda, they are under 5.1. They are listed in a particular order. But to be respectful of our guest time, who's here this morning, we're going to have that committee go first, and I believe you're here for the Grant Adjudication Committee. Is that correct? Awesome. So we're going to start with the Grant Adjudication Committee, acknowledging the councillors who sit on this. This will be Councillor Sandboe and Councillor Grant. Procedurally, team, what we're going to do with this is we'd like to hear from the councillors who sit on that committee, just some feedback about work that's going on with that committee as well. Open it up for any comments or questions that any other councillors may have for that committee. And I'm assuming, looking to our CAO, that those comments, questions, that will also be captured to be possibly brought forward as part of the orientation. I'm seeing nodding and positive looks, so fantastic, because it wouldn't be part of the minutes is what I'm getting at, right? That's not a regular minuting process, so I would love to see that captured in some way so that can be brought forward as part of that process. So going to the Grant Adjudication Committee, Phil, I believe we're starting with you. You don't have to worry about touching mics. I gotcha. There you go.
Thank you, sir. Perfect. I appreciate it. We're good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me and fitting me in a little bit earlier. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak to you today. Yeah, my name is Phil Hetker. I've been on the Grant Adjudication Committee and the precursor to that for, I think, 8 years now. So it's awesome to come here and share some of the success in the last year. And I was really happy to hear your comments that this will be part of the orientation for the new council as well. Mm-hmm. I think having the benefit of being through a few councils on this, things change, and it's nice to hear that the new council will get a little bit of an orientation. So I know you have the report, so I'll just cover a few of the highlights, and then certainly happy for any questions or the councillors that are on this committee or staff to add anything that I've missed. So Grant Adjudication Committee was previously the Human Services Advisory Board. There's a total of 8 members with 3 vacancies at this point. And then over the past year, we've funded 26 different projects and reviewed about 31 to a total of almost $400,000 in granting money. Spent some time planning and completing the 13th annual Easter egg hunt. And then a variety of process improvements, which I'll cover a little bit of, let you read some of it, and then certainly let me know if you have any questions. Some of the recommendations that the committee's discussed over the last year, or over the last few months anyway, of what we can do going forward, some opportunities for improvement. One is to revisit that Easter egg hunt. It's been awesome for 13 years. We have seen attendance slowly dwindle on that, so it's just worth discussion on whether that's still good, something else is good, a combination of a few different items. It's just worth a good discussion. And I would say, to jump forward in the presentation, it's worth honestly looking at what other municipalities are doing, stealing some good ideas from others. Somebody's got to have some really good ideas for these types of opportunities. The committee also, I think, continues to have opportunity to advocate more for both with within the city, with yourselves, with funded agencies, through social media, that kind of thing. So just finding those different ways that we can creatively work with the nonprofit organizations and other groups in the city. Some of our hopes for accomplishment over the next year. Again, I mentioned the role of advocacy and how we can do that. I mentioned opportunities that we can look at for the Easter egg hunt or other fundraising opportunities, and kind of really closely align those with the needs in the community. Briefly, you'll see in the report we discussed the FCSS conference in Edmonton, but I think any opportunity, whether it's staff, council, or committee members, to again attend and see what other municipalities are doing is always a good one. Again, I think I'm allowed to say it's good to steal ideas from others, right? So might as well. Plagiarism works for sure. Challenges. One of the challenges we always see is that, and I guess I would say it ebbs and flows. There's years where there's significantly more requests for money than we have, and there have been years where there's significantly less requests for money than what's available. So there's a lot of different ways that I think, social media plays a factor. Trends in like COVID was a big one that played a factor a few years back and stuff. So, but I would say even though there are sometimes significantly less requests than the money that's available, that hasn't happened recently. And despite the fact there may be less requests, there's not less needs. So that kind of plays into some of the other things that I'll talk about here is the role of advocacy that we can play to make sure that agencies know that this money's available, right? Like we had some discussions at our last meeting where there's different groups. I'll just pick one, this may be wrong, but whether it's youth or seniors or whatever, or persons with disabilities, that those agencies may not know funding's available. So there's just always a role from council, committee, and staff to make sure that those groups and nonprofit agencies know that those things are an option. Another challenge that we've seen, and it's a challenge and opportunity, but we do see an influx of larger agencies requesting money from outside of Chestermere. Their intent, or at least their stated intent, is to serve people in Chestermere, but these large agencies, mostly from Calgary, have staffs of grant writers. They have a lot of weight behind them to help apply for these grants. And so I'm not saying that those grants are a bad thing to give to those agencies as long as they're serving Chestermere, but it's just something we need to continue to balance to make sure that sort of all agencies are getting a fair shake. One of the things that you'll see mentioned in here is, I'll call it council pressures. We at times don't fund agencies and they're not happy about it. In fact, every year there's some agency that's not happy and I'm sure they call or email you. I would say that we're a committee that can help with that. We can help understand those pressures. The good mix of staff, council, and public on there can help sort of work through those pressures so that it doesn't become a pressure on any one of those groups. I hope that makes sense. There's a question in here, a need for this committee to continue or should it be dissolved? I don't honestly think that's a question. I think it needs to stay. I think it's vital to the success of the community. I thought about this way too late, but I thought it would have been fun to look at the last 10 years of all the money that's gone out and all the agencies that have been funded, lots that aren't funded anymore and don't exist anymore, but they did some really good work, and lots of new ones popping up all the time. So I thought that would have been kind of a fun thing. So yeah, absolutely. I think there's a huge need for this committee to continue. There's absolutely a huge need for council to remain on this committee. Again, that big picture, the community interests, I think everybody can sort of bring that to the table. And then most importantly, this wasn't a question on here, but I wanted to note it, the importance of staff on this committee. 100% it would not happen without I wrote a long paragraph, you don't have to read it, but I think you know this, the staff makes it happen for sure. The committee members, we show up, we make a couple decisions, we do a little bit of voting, a little bit of a spreadsheet, but the staff spends hours and hours and hours on this. So 100% it wouldn't happen without the staff support. Thank you. Happy for any questions?
Awesome. I think first what we'll do is Councillor Sandboe or Councillor Grant, do you have anything to add to this? Councillor Sandboe.
Goodness gracious. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and to the presenter. Thank you for that. That represented this report and the committee so well. So thank you for that. I do have a few additional comments just for council. I think that this committee has been working very, very well. I think it's very functional as a committee. I think it's delivering on its terms of reference. I think it's doing really, really well. I think also this year, the changes that were made around the process for applications and submissions, I think that helped weed out some of the applications that were not likely to get accepted for different reasons, which just saves everyone's time. But that being said, we see the same debates happening every grant cycle over and over and over. So we're always debating about the same thing. Should these kinds of applications be accepted? Should these kinds of projects be funded? And it's a typical debate that happens over and over. And I wonder if there's any more work we can do to decide that before we request the applications, just so that people aren't wasting their time if the committee is feeling that these kinds of applications shouldn't be accepted. Another thing I've been talking about for this whole 15 months, I think that some of the grants that we distribute are so predictable and so consistent that at this point we should really consider pulling them out of the grant stream, keeping that for project-based grants, and removing these organizations for a different stream of funding that gives them some multi-year funding for a specific priority of council. And that's something I'm going to keep talking about because I just think that's a better use of everybody's time. And the last thing is you did point to the difference in the kinds of applications we get in terms of the quality, right? So some larger organizations have, they have grant writers, they have professionals who do this. They write, a dozen grants every quarter and they know exactly what they're doing. And then we get some organizations where it's a volunteer and they've never written a grant before, and you can tell the difference. And we need to have a way to make sure that we're not judging it based on the flashiness of the grant, but on the merit of the application. So maybe some more coaching could be done before the grants are accepted, before the applications are accepted, maybe an additional process thing that could come in there. But these are just some of the conversations that have been had around the table. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Grant, anything to add? You're good? Nope. Yes, is that it? Okay. Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you for the presentation. It was really informative. This is a critical committee that needs to be part of our city. I have two questions, and I appreciate that Councillor Sandboe indicated that some of these organizations that get consistent funding on an annual basis should be separated, because we fund a lot of different things outside of the Grant Communication Committee, and predictability is really important for a lot of these organizations to move forward. So I appreciate that. My question is, I have two questions. First, I know there was some challenges that during the grant cycle. Are we effective in how often we have that grant cycle? Because usually there's kind of a big draw annually, and then we know when there's maybe a surplus given from approved by council, given to the Grant Adjudication Committee. Sometimes there's a second cycle. The reason why I ask that question is some of the organizations don't even know they need funding until it's kind of too late. So if we had more than a large draw annually, would that be something that the Grant Adjudication Committee should consider?
Yeah, thanks for the question. To your points, to the other points, like I mean, I agree that there's some space for some longer term planning for different projects that council can look at and stuff. And then there are some smaller grants like vitality grants and stuff that are options a little bit quicker and easier for folks. I don't have a great answer to your question. I think there's some value in both. I can tell you that the granting cycle is a lot of work for funded agencies, for staff, and for the committee to work through. So it does take time to do that, but at the same time, I see exactly what you're saying. So I think there's some value in just looking at that and what the options are anyway. So
There's also legislative requirements that come along with that, right? Because there is a significant difference between an FCSS grant, a United FCSS / United Way. They're very similar, but even FCSS and United Way have particular differences between them. For example, the social investment framework. So if you're not meeting within the social investment framework for FCSS, if it's not about prevention, then you're not eligible for FCSS. Like, there is very, very clear criteria, very, very clear differences. So some of those timeline struggles that Deputy Mayor that you're speaking to also come with legislative responsibilities as to when the province is going to fund. I believe that we have just reapplied for the FCSS for the 3-year cycle, because I thought we had just come to the end. Right. Yeah, so we had just, now that doesn't mean we're at risk of losing. Please don't hear that. But what happens is that there's a renewal of that process that is an ongoing piece. So part of Deputy Mayor, what you're getting at there is there are legislative timelines that exist with that, particularly when it comes to FCSS and United Way funding. We could certainly internally look at then our community grants as well as our vitality grants as to how we want to administer those if we wanted to change the timelines on those.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And my second question is, I don't sit on this committee, and I'm glad that it is a council committee, of course. Through our mayor administration, is there any like strong metrics to know that the money is going to good use after it's already been, given to these agencies?
Yeah, you bet. So the agencies report back to us on their results, which includes quantitative numbers of families served, individuals served, all that kind of thing. But I would say one of the biggest ones is about a month ago we heard in here where the agencies will do a presentation on the good that it does. And as much as you I try to look at the paper and follow the rubrics and all that kind of stuff, but those are impactful when those agencies talk about, individuals they've helped and stuff. So, so I think there's a good mix of both qualitative and quantitative results that we hear back, and there are written reports as well. So, yeah.
I just also wanted to jump in kinds of applications in the grant writing piece. Just a reminder that any of our not-for-profits in our community can now access help from Alberta Council. And that includes writing the grants for the city grants that they can access that help. So perhaps something moving forward, should the next council continue to want to utilize the services of Alberta Council, maybe that's something during the next round of applications when it goes out that we could highlight as part of that, the utilization of being able to have some assistance from Alberta Council with those applications as well. Any other, I see Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I did just want to chime in on one point that Councillor Sandboe mentioned about the major agencies and separating them out. And I do agree with her that is something that we should probably, or the next council administration should look at doing that work, because there is only so much money and there's so many good programs. And if you don't fund these major agencies, though, then they don't do the large amount of great work that they do. So we need to figure out how to make these larger agencies less turmoil, right? Always looking for money, always wondering if they're going to get money for a program, right? We can't have that. So I think we need to look at how to move those larger groups out and then leave a different stream for more, I don't want to say ad hoc, because you still should be a legitimate agency, but the smaller, maybe not so strong groups.
Well, I think along with that, one of the things that we should recognize is that with our growth, there are new challenges that are now presented to our social service network. And so with those new challenges, I think there are some really good philosophical conversations that we need to have. And I think that could be not just a part of the budgeting conversation that's going to be coming up here in the coming months, but also just a really specific, perhaps at a future CAP meeting, really digging into this. What's going to be the philosophy, having that laid out from a governance model standpoint, which will then really provide some clarity, because not only with the committees being reestablished after the election, they just get reestablished with people. It gives them an opportunity to review the terms of reference. And so I do think there's merit, based on comments that have been made here by everybody so far, the idea of a review of a review of the terms of reference and a review of like what philosophically does council believe with regards to funding for not-for-profits, and then allowing then the grant adjudication committee to go and do what they do well, working within that model that then has been created by council. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to just add to what you were saying earlier, Mr. Mayor, that using Alberta Council is free for our not-for-profits. So it's certainly a great tool to be using. I also wanted to just ask a brief question about the amount of dollars that we give out in the grant process. Does that increase? How does that increase? Is it based on our population numbers? Is it based on our budgeting? Is there a metric or a calculation to how much money we give away per year?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Through the Mayor to Councillor Schindler. So it really depends. If United Way and FCSS, we have pre-established agreements. So that usually doesn't change. The number figure doesn't change for that period of time. For community grants, because it's through municipal tax dollars, that's usually approved through council. So whatever amount administration sees growing with the population and the requests, we kind of put that forward during the budget process, and it usually gets approved or re-reviewed, and then we come back and go from there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Ms. Brar. And I don't expect you to have the numbers in front of you, but I believe that your team had done some work around checking where we sat in terms of the number of dollars we gave relative to our peers. And is that ringing a bell, or am I making that up? I thought there was some work done with that at the beginning of the year, looking to see were we giving too much, too little, about the same. Okay, good. Whereabouts were we in that?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Sandboe. So we do give out quite a bit of money. We're pretty much on par, if not above average, through other municipalities our size. So we're doing fairly well. Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Any final comments, questions from council on this particular committee? Seeing none, I just want to go to Ledge Services really quickly. Do we need to make a motion after each committee, or we'll just do one as accept all committee reports for information?
To the Mayor and Council, we had them as individuals.
You want to do them as individuals? Okay. Okay, thank you. So can I have the motion to accept for this committee for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee report from the Grant Adjudication Committee for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much for coming in this morning and presenting. That was great. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Okay, now we're going to go back to the top of the list, the Chestermere Library Board, and this will be presented by Councillor Schindler and Councillor Randhawa. So, Councillor Schindler.
Good morning. So, Chestermere Library Board has had a fairly interesting year since I've been on this board, and I've really enjoyed being a member of this board. It is a governance board that is responsible for the strategic direction and the policies that are in our library. It is a mandatory board for if municipalities have, I think it's in the Libraries Act, municipalities have, my brain is really not working this morning. Okay, come on, brain, focus. It is a mandatory responsibility for municipalities to maintain a library board or membership in a library board if we have a municipal library. Currently, we have 10 members, 2 of which are councillors, and the committee the board has recently hired a new director, which they will begin on November 1st, and they are going to have to hit the ground running because we need to really get a grasp on what the budgeting is going to be. We need to come up with a 5-year plan of service, work on our next major deliverables, and really look at what the community wants in our library. So what the committee wants to accomplish in the next year is we must create and approve a plan of service for the next 5 years. We have to do this by June of 2026. The board must also review and revise all the library's policies and continue to meet the needs of the citizens of Chestermere. Some of the challenges that the library has is funding. The city of Chestermere is the largest funder of the library, and to maintain the levels of service that we currently have, we are going to see an ask for a cost or a funding increase, more likely than not. As the library figures out its 5-year plans of service and where the library is planning to go, we're going to really look at how much money we need to get that, and hopefully find other forms of funding streams to alleviate some of the burden that the city has to keep the library going. Is the board required? Absolutely. It is a legislated requirement. And one of the questions here is, do you recommend council remain on this committee? Well, the council, the board has, like I said, 10 members with 2 members of council. Having 2 members of council is great. Do we need 2? Maybe not. We could get away with 1 and 1 alternate, but it is really nice to have those liaisons to the board that can report back to the city and actually use maybe find some synergies between the city and the library going forward. Our little library is chugging right along, and I'm super happy to be a part of it. So I hope that in the next 4 years that we can look at building a new library, and I guess we'll have to see how things go.
Awesome, thank you. Councillor Randhawa, anything to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to add a little bit more. For the board, actually, it's really good experience as a sitting councillor and as a board member in there. It is good to have a councillor sitting so we can give feedback to our council members, but because same like other committees and boards, we are getting information, and especially this is the library, and this we are funding largely by the city. And the other thing, this is just a suggestion for the future, because I was sitting in a last meeting there. There's a few majority is new members, and we might have to give them some training. What is the boundary for the board, and where they can step in further into the administration? That was the struggle in the last meeting I was sitting on. That is the first. So we need proper training before they sit board member, because the staff was struggling and old member of a board was struggling with the new members, and there was some tension that time, but it's sort out. But those one we need to consider for this board, proper training, and when somebody sitting on the board, we need to check really in a detail. So that is my feedback. Actually.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from rest of council with regards to the library board? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to other members of council. I just wanted to give kudos to the staff at the library, because even in the absence of a director, I think they're doing a pretty phenomenal job down there. And also thanks to the two council members serving on the board. I have served on the board, on the library board before, and I can tell you that there's definitely a lot of value in getting members trained. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the library board? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. And on that line of thinking, I've shared this before, so I'm sure you both remember this, but there is really great board basics training through municipal affairs specifically for libraries, and it's free. Because there's so many new people there, just maybe a reminder to them that that's available to those board members. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, with that, can I have the motion to accept the library board for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan. Sorry, I pressed it. It didn't work. There we go. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee report from the Chestermere Library Board for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we have the Lake and Watershed Advisory Committee. This is Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski and Councillor Schindler. Who'd like to go? Go ahead, you're the chair. Okay. Councillor Wawrzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, the Lake and Watershed Committee has been sitting dormant for a number of years. So I'm proud to be the chair, and proud that it is a council committee with Councillor Schindler. There's a strong subscription from residents that attend. We do have some vacancies. Some people have actually just never shown up, so we have to bring that back to a future meeting of council and fill those vacancies. And I would say, you know, when they ask, you know, when we're presenting to the next council and preparing them for this committee, I'm glad to see that the community members will stay on, regardless of who will be sitting on these committees from a council standpoint, because that's how we resurrected this committee. Is we had those community members with years and years and years of experience, and they know all the history of the health and the watershed and the health of our lake. So what we've done over the last year with that committee is really just look into all the information that we've had available. We provided that back to administration, and when we had I think in our committee bylaw, it's called a administrative liaison. When we had an administrative liaison, they did a great job of putting all of that information on a Microsoft Teams share site. So we all had access to that Teams share site, and all of the information that is relevant, and that, believe me, there's plenty more that's irrelevant, is on that site. So when we move forward, I would encourage that committee accesses that information to move forward. That includes work like, how are we going to take care of the lake, our lake weeds, our invasive species, the health of the lake? What is the Western Irrigation District doing to collaborate in the health of the lake and the actual water quality? That's a lot of those conversations have been done in years prior. We've summarized that in a draft lake and water management plan, and also proud to say that committee has brought to council the request for funding of a lake and water management plan. So I believe it's the first of its kind that's currently going through our procurement process, and looking forward to the next council moving that forward to from conception to completion. One of the questions here is, what recommendation does the committee have for council or administration? We do have a few minor changes to the TORs, the terms of reference, which it'll be perfect timing for us to review that with a new council, because it is required by our committee bylaw. Mostly minor, but outlining clearly to the committee and the residents the purpose of what that committee is. Next year, what we do want to see is, once we start getting feedback and something formal, whether it's a draft depending on how complete that draft is, maybe it'll be quite a complete document because of all the work that's been done in the past. But actually seeing what that lake and water management plan and then putting it into implementation. I did talk about water monitoring, lake safety, talking the WID, health, shorelines, beaches. All of that is connected to the lake and water management plan. It also could bridge relationships between administration to discuss watershed and how we can tie that all into all the stakeholders in regards to the health and safety of our lake. Challenges. Some of the challenges is subscription, certainly from administration. We were appreciative of having a strong liaison until that liaison moved away. And also our membership. This probably applies to other committees, and I'd like to share this with council. Scheduling. Scheduling, I think, is a bit of a challenge for administration whenever it's after hours. And I know even for some of council members that sit on these committees, some have more flexibility than others. So we have to get creative to set the times where our committee members, council and residents included, can actually meet. Because some of them would love to play a role, they just can't show up. Both sides, administration, council, and residents. So I'd like to see, I did, as part of my update to our ledge services, suggest that we meet monthly with the exception of around Christmas and in August, where council is typically off. And once we know what those dates look like, pick a time once per month that is most flexible for all people to come. But definitely we need support from a city liaison, helping us do the administrative work, as was kind of discussed with the grant adjudication committee. The committee likes to show up and make a lot of decisions, but the work still has to be done. Of course, I do believe this committee needs to move forward. It is the heart of our community, along with all the green spaces, our golf courses. I mean, they're all connected. So that's a no-brainer for me. Do I recommend that the council remain on this committee? That's, I think, a personal, everybody can have an opinion on this. I believe that leadership can come from anywhere. Having a councillor on this committee is important because it has a little bit of a closer touch point to our administration and the rest of council, and that might get the ear of administration a little bit better. So for now, I would recommend yes, but if you had a good leader in that role, I think you'll see there's plenty of non-council committees out there that are very effective. So let's keep it as a council committee for now, but if we have good leadership can come from anywhere. I think it's great that we're finally resurrected this committee and moving forward. Councillor Schindler, anything you'd like to add?
Councillor Schindler? Just before that, Mr. Edney?
No. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. Just to Councillor Wawrzynowski's comment, this was something I was going to mention at the organizational meeting, but I think he kind of hit it on the head there a bit. From administration's perspective, one of the requests of these committees would be to kind of set a structured time. That's been one of our challenges, is the meetings keep changing and they're last minute, and it's hard for people to plan their life around, especially since these meetings are in the evening. So I'm going to advise council that if you can pick, if it wants to meet once a week or once a month, it's, every third Thursday of the month at 6 p.m. or something. And then that way people can plan for the entire year and work their schedules around it. So I think you hit on something important there, Councillor Wawrzynowski, that we need to address in the next cycle.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, no, I would totally echo that. Having a dedicated day, Thursday at 6 o'clock or whatever, would be brilliant going forward with, I think, most of our committees. That said, I just want to echo the need for a staff liaison in our committees. I think that's an invaluable resource for committees to continue and be fairly effective. And I'm so happy that this council approved the Lake and Watershed Management Plan going forward. I think that's going to give us a great deal of information on really how we can be super effective on maintaining our watershed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from the rest of the council with regards to this committee? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the members of council on this committee. Has the committee reviewed the incoming changes to the Water Act and how it might affect the lake?
Councillor Wawrzynowski. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski.
The short answer is no. The last year was really just about getting the committee up and running. There is strong support to have those conversations and reviews with any stakeholders inside or outside of Chestermere. So I think that's, if you're leaning towards, the answer is no, but I'll give you an and. Councillor Sandboe, I'm sure you'd like to see us look at that as the committee moves forward, as the council of the day takes office, after the election.
Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly note that there are vacancies on this committee, and I through you to I believe our through administration or to our administration. How often are we putting out calls for filling out committees, and how, and can anyone apply at any time for committees?
Well, there's a couple of answers to that question, so I'll take that one for now. This would be a great question to bring back as part of the organizational meeting, because what we don't want to do is technically we want to be careful about saying about vacancies. Like, we're listing them right now as like a matter of fact, but I think that this, I made it in my notes. I was going to bring this up at the end of this. I think it's really important for us to remember that the next council can cancel any committee that they want to. So any of these committees can be completely canceled by the next council. They can create any new councils, committees that they want. They can be maintained or they can be changed. I do know that the process with regards to that is that throughout the year, if there are vacancies, they remain open on our website and that people can apply. We've seen, and then it comes back to council and the council approves that. We've seen that process happen with a number of our committees all throughout the year. But when it comes to this time and the purpose of this meeting, this is simply a report on the committees as they sit right now, and we would not be looking to do any postings or fill any positions or do any of that right now, because again, any of these committees could be canceled at the organizational meeting here in just a couple of weeks. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, if I may clarify, so I was asked several times last night during our forum about committees and how to get involved. So I was looking for just some on the record thing of you can go and you can apply on our website at any particular time, going forward without actually looking to fill committee.
Yeah, so I can take that.
Yep.
The answer right now during campaign season would be to watch the organizational meeting that is coming up. At that organizational meeting, those announcements will then be made. The council of that day then will make any further announcements that they want to make as to the strategy that they will have going forward for those applications. But during campaign season, I believe that the appropriate answer would be to stay tuned for the organizational meeting that will happen at the end of the month after the election. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add on Councillor Schindler's questions regarding advertising of vacancies, we went through our terms of reference at the first at the first committee meeting, as indicated as in our committee bylaw, and we had some revisions, and we actually never brought them back to council. And we had some vacancies, which we actually never brought back to council to get them filled. And I think that's for a number of reasons. Not having a committee liaison is one of them. And one of the things that I would suggest as we move forward through our mayor to administration is we have these governance and priorities meetings. We can likely schedule long in advance, once or twice a year. Okay, let's do a quick review of the terms of reference for our committees. Have these been brought up to date? And are there any vacancies that need to be filled? Because Legislative Services did send out a lot of requests, but because they never came back to council, we never filled those vacancies. But if we schedule it, or maybe there's other ways for us to make it a little bit more effective, to just continue moving forward with our terms of reference reviews, as well as filling those vacancies. Definitely scheduling a monthly meeting that satisfies most people's schedules as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other further comments, questions with regards to Lake and Watershed Committee? Okay, with that, can I have a motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee report for the Lake and Watershed Advisory Committee for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take our first break of the morning and come back at 10:05, where we will start off with the Police Communications Committee. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We're just coming back from our first break here of the morning and moving on with our committee reports. We're now on to the Police Communications Committee. This is being presented by Councillor Randhawa and Councillor Narayan. Who would like to go first? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. I want to start by extending my thank you to Staff Sergeant Clausen and Staff Sergeant Vlad for their leadership and good work, and also to all the committee members. This is, a committee that's very dear to me, and I think it does a lot of good work. So, with respect to the report, there are a few vacancies. As you will see very shortly down the report, we are in need of more members. For some reason, the attendance kind of starts dipping down. So what I guess for the new council, I'd be suggesting is changing the bylaw to see if we can have more members. Also, this is a committee that does a lot of work out in the community, such as doing license plate blitz. And for that, you generally need a lot more people helping out. On the goals and objectives of the committee, it's an ongoing crime prevention committee. We work as the eyes and ears for the RCMP. It's a committee that believes that crime prevention is primarily the job of citizens, and police, they're good at doing investigative work. So it really focuses on citizens taking the responsibility of doing all that they can do to prevent crime. Recommendations, like I said, increasing the number of people on the committee. What did it accomplish last year or within the last few months? Well, we've continued to educate the public on preventing crime in their neighborhoods, such as Lock It or Lose It and 9 p.m. routine, as well as license plate theft with the security screw program. Crime stats would indicate that these initiatives are helping. The committee raises any issues or concerns with the local police services, raising awareness to trouble spots that may need additional attention. Again, I think the committee has been doing some really good work identifying those hot spots and increasing police presence in those areas. What challenges does the committee face? This CPCC does not have enough members at large, and it benefit from the minimum of 8. This would ensure that the CPCC members available for events held within the cities, funds for purchases such as security screws, pamphlets, and event swag. We generally apply for a grant, and we have been successful. So thank you to the Grant Adjudication Committee for that. Is there a need for the committee to continue? I'd say yes, most certainly. The CPCC acts as an extension to the city's police services as the eyes and ears for our residents, and with the accelerated growth of Chestermere, it will be important to have a continued presence in our communities. And do you recommend council to remain on this committee? Yes, most certainly. On a number of occasions, we have brought back ideas, initiatives, concerns from the committee to council, which has then transpired to changing policies, bylaws, and increasing and requesting increased presence of police in the community. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor, I also think another good part to highlight about this committee was earlier this year, the province changed some legislation where they made a new requirement with regards to police committees. And when they made that new legislative change, there were several requirements that your committee had to have. And it was exciting to see that our Police Communications Committee that had been established by council already had all but one of those criteria within it, and the one that was missing, which I don't remember right off the top of my head that we added to the terms of reference, was quite minor. And so it was exciting to see that our Police Communications Committee was already in line with new legislation, and very few changes had to be made. Councillor Narayan, you also brought up the idea of more members on the committee. I think that this will be something that we will need to bring back to the province, because we actually had to lower the number to meet the new legislation that the province had created. And so I think if we were wanting to up that number, we would have to advocate back to the province with regards to that, because the other thing that we wanted to do that was really important with this committee at that time was we had said we didn't want to have two. So we didn't want to create a new one that was under the legislation as now set up by the province, and then have a separate one. So we could go back and ask for an extension on that. But again, I did think it was exciting to see that under the new legislation that our committee was already well in line with what was being asked for. Councillor Randhawa, anything to add with regards to this particular committee? Nope. Okay. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the Police Communications Committee? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the members of council on this committee. I have a broad question, just something that I've been percolating on, going through the door knocking process and all that. Policing and community safety is coming up a lot. I think the number of incidents has increased very quickly because our population has increased. You know, we've asked that question before, how do we relate to our peers? And we're right in line with our peers, but the number of incidents has gone up. So there's this aspect of the feeling of safety, right? And I'm just wondering how this committee could really help with that feeling of safety. Does it need a budget? Does it need to have a change to the terms of reference more specifically in line with that? But what's something, I don't know if there's an idea, if there's something much more tangible that we could do through this committee to help people feel safe in their communities.
I think a tangible idea maybe that could work with that is I wonder if we could, in the future, should next council so wish it, have this committee work with our communications team and perhaps put out some sort of a survey. I know sometimes surveys can be overdone and those sorts of things. So maybe survey is the wrong word, but some data collection or some feedback, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Have the committee work with our communications team on a way to collect some feedback from the community. That feedback could then be brought then back through the committee, not just to the police and the CPOs, but also back to council. Also, there will be opportunity for new council to work with the RCMP on their 3 priorities that they focus on throughout the next year of policing. And so perhaps if that feedback loop can be created, if there's enough time. I unfortunately, right off the top of my head, can't remember the exact timeline that those 3 priorities are set, but I think they are set in the new year, which could provide an opportunity to create that feedback loop. I also know, as per motions that have been made in the past, that our communications team has been reaching out to the RCMP for some conversations about some of the communications that we had been talking about. So this council had made some motions with regards to wishing to see similar things that we see with City of Calgary, where the Calgary Police Service put out a number of things. Councillor Narayan mentioned the 9 o'clock reminders, those sorts of things. I do know that some of our developers are now putting them out. So the community that I live in, the developer did send out a safety communications. So perhaps that's something also that we could look at is in some of our newer communities having that happen. But I certainly think there's a lot of merit to your idea of and a tangible way we could do that. It's just simply collecting feedback from the community. Councillor Schindler.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the councillors who are sitting on this board, has there been much talk in this committee about bicycle, scooter safety promotion and awareness. I know as I'm going door to door, this is a very hot topic, and I think that that might be something that we should talk about, or this committee should be talking about.
Councillor Narayan.
Yes, thank you, Worship, and thank you, Councillor Schindler. Yes, we have certainly had this discussion, and the committee is looking to council actually for bylaws around especially scooters, and then also the enforcement of helmets on bicycles and scooters. So there's very little that the committee can direct law enforcement to do in the absence of a proper bylaw.
So I know that in conversations with Director Fluker, that there is a proposal that's going to be coming back on the idea of creating a bylaw here over the late fall, winter months, so that going into spring, I know that it doesn't feel like winter right now, and I hope it stays that way until, December. But I know that the idea is to work on a bylaw to bring back to council, have it properly vetted through legal, all those sorts of things, but have it come and be ready to go for spring. So that as the community kind of relaunches being on bicycles and scooters and that sort of thing after the winter months, that we have a really solid plan in place. So I do know that that is something that administration is working on currently right now, behind the scenes, so to speak. Councillor Schindler.
Yes, and just sort of a follow-up to that, what is the appetite for evolving this committee to also include our other emergency services as part of a holistic approach to communication and safety in our community?
I'll speak to that really quickly. Just a reminder that we have to follow the legislation that's outlined by the province now. And so with that, we're following that legislation. If we had a desire to create a different committee that could do that, then we could do that. But the legislation's not prescriptive, but kind of directive in terms of how they want to see it. And so I do think, I do anticipate that at AB Munis in the fall, I could see some feedback coming about this, because that'll then be essentially 8 months since this has been established. Along with some other topics. So what I would say is that this is something that we could bring forward to AB Munis with regards to how this committee is working, and some feedback at that time. As we know, administration is actively working on booking meetings with ministers, and so if we are able to get a particular meeting with Minister Ellis, this would fall under his portfolio, that could be something that we could bring up as a conversation at AB Munis with Minister Ellis. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I like what I'm hearing. It's a good suggestion from Councillor Schindler in regards to looking at safety as a whole and within the city, and that's maybe something administration can look at facilitating as we move forward. And I know we're bound by legislation, but I wanted to kind of pick up off where the mayor suggested that feedback loop. And my question through our mayor to Councillor Narayan is, do we have an effective, feedback regarding the effectiveness of this committee back and forth from our policing staff and or administration? My question really is about, how do we know that we're doing a good job for our residents when it comes to policing in our community? Are we we're just an advisory committee. We understand that. And how effective are we providing advisory to those other groups in regards to policing being top of mind for all of our residents?
Councillor Narayan?
Yes, thank you, Worship. And it's a really good question, Councillor Wawrzynowski. So I think we're definitely doing a good job as a committee, being the eyes and ears of the community and passing information to law enforcement. and they plan their policing around our suggestions. One thing I think we can do a better job of is the other way around, taking information from law enforcement and then dispersing that to the community at large. And I think what you're asking goes hand in hand with what Councillor Sandboe was asking. And a suggestion that I have is the city does organize a number of events, even through Family and Community Services. Mm-hmm. And if there's a way to maybe even have a table or kiosk at their event and just throwing some of our pamphlets or have a member, just be present talking to the community members, that would go a long way.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to this committee? Okay, thank you. Can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Can I have a Councillor Schindler?
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee report from the Police Communications Committee for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving now to our Seniors Advisory Committee. This is being the councillors who sit on this are Councillor Grant and Councillor Randhawa. So, Councillor Grant or Councillor Randhawa? Councillor Grant. Councillor Randhawa nominates you.
I am the co-chair, so it makes sense. Thank you, Mayor. I first would like to start, and I'll start the same way with all my committee updates, where I would like to thank the committee for their work. All the committees that I sit on, and I'm sure all of our committees do great work with great people, and they help us move important tasks along for the city. So it's really great to have that. So I appreciate it. So with that, we'll move on to the Seniors Advisory Committee update. Right now we have 7 members, 3 vacancies. The goals and objectives we have completed this year. We have passed on the seniors handbook to the city for their help with that, to keep that up to date. It's a big task, that handbook. It's a lot of great information in there for services, for seniors, I should know more about it. I don't, unfortunately, but as I understand, there are a lot of resources in there. It is very beneficial for our senior community, and it's a great resource for people. So that was handed on to the city, which means that it can perpetually be updated and kept renewed, which is important. It's no good to have material out there with out-of-date resources, so it's really critical. One of the other recommendations we made was for transportation to City Council. We made some recommendations on what would be best for seniors. We understand that council has lots of work to do when it comes to transportation, and we want to make sure that they're keeping seniors at the foremost thought of their mind. The other part was recreation programs for seniors. As we're building out our recreational offering, we want to make sure that we're including seniors in senior programming and what we're doing. It's critical for them. It's critical to keep seniors involved in our community and keep them active and in their peer groups. So it's something that's important to the group, and it's something the city should continue to use. The next one we are going to be focusing on is housing, both attainable and affordable. It is an issue everywhere. I understand that that's a bigger problem that often requires large investment in pocketbooks, but again, this is an advisory committee as well, so we will just be advising on what the city feels is, or what the task or the committee feels is best for the elderly moving forward. So based on that, are there any other recommendations? Right now, we don't have any other recommendations other than we are doing work currently on the affordable housing portion and seniors housing. So that will be coming to the next council with what the committee recommends for those options. What challenges we have? Challenges we have are a number of people. Again, I guess there's a theme in our committees with scheduling and attendance and the timing of that, and people being available because of that timing. So we struggle with that as well. We have moved to a set time. This committee does meet during the day, which for seniors I think works well. But maybe council might not. I'm able to attend, fortunately. So, and Councillor Randhawa was always able to attend. So fortunately that works out for us, but I can see that being a challenge for some council members that have full-time jobs as well. Is there a need for this committee to continue? I mean, absolutely. Seniors are a major part of our community. They are definitely not going anywhere, and we need to support them here. So otherwise, they, I guess maybe that is wrong. Maybe they are going somewhere because we can't support them here. So we do need to figure out how to support them so they can stay. That is more the problem, is that seniors, as they age, there aren't accommodations here and they have to leave. So that's an important thing. We do have solutions coming in Chestermere, such as the aged care and other seniors areas that are online that should be coming soon that will help, but they're not here at the moment. So then for the question about the recommendation of council remaining on committee, I think I got the same sentiment from all my committees, that council provides a certain perspective on the committees, and they also provide information back to the committee on maybe the city's capability or capacity to move things along. So our committee felt that, yes, it was important to keep them on the committee. And that is the update.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from council with regards to this committee? Councillor Randhawa.
I just need to add a little bit more into this, just as a comment. This is the committee, like I sit on different committees. This is actually very dedicated committee for seniors who they always show up and always put lots of efforts towards the meeting to keep going and looking for tangible results. Yes, the housing, I even last night talk and at the door knocking seniors, some of the senior due to health issue, they're living at their home, but they cannot do it for some health reason in the future. From this council, they're looking for some like senior housing designated place. Some they don't, they want to live their own place, but the downsizing and this little smaller, which one they can keep it up. So this for the future, definitely we need to work with this. There is senior who this, now they are senior, they spend all their life in this community and they don't want to move out, but we don't have any other option for them. So we need to work on this one for sure in the future.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My question will be short and sweet, but it is to Councillor Grant. I'm glad you brought up the aged care and some of the new senior facilities that are coming to our city. And my first question in its simplicity is, I'm sure that'll be part of the considerations as you look at affordable housing at a future meeting of council. Is that correct?
So the aged care is kind of a different thing. It's managed by the province, I believe, and it's also housed through provincial allocation. So I don't think we have any say in who would actually go there at the end of the day. I would assume that the aged care company, or I'm not agency, I would say, is focusing on this area, but I can't say that for sure because I haven't actually spoken with them about it. But as far as that being an option, it's probably not a viable option. It's a nice thing to have in the community that maybe we can get some residents in there at some time, but there is no guarantee that our residents can
access it,
have a bed in that facility.
And you mentioned some of the new seniors facilities, not aged care.
Yeah.
So that'll be part of the presentation, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I understand there are some seniors areas coming online in the east of Chestermere. Yeah. So hopefully we will see something from that soon that will move the needle on that.
If I may, through our chair, just ask one more question. Mm-hmm. Curious, there's a lot of seniors that live alone by themselves as single people, and if there's any discussion at the committee level about outreach to ensuring that they're being taken care of. Affordability is maybe not an issue, but care is. And it could be, I'm just curious about how do we get to those people that we're not seeing in the public, and how do we make sure that they're taking care of themselves or being cared for?
Councillor Wawrzynowski, seniors' loneliness is a serious issue.
Not even
among the
just
community.
care.
Well,
Some people want to live
it
alone.
kind of goes hand in hand. You know,
Yeah.
as you age and you lose some people, sometimes you stop caring, and you stop caring for yourself, and it is a tragedy. And part of that, I believe, is back to that recreational piece of the update, is making sure that there are programs and there are opportunities. You know, the White Cappers is great. The older adults are great. These are all tools that the community can use to stay engaged and to make sure that they feel connected.
Yes, thank you. I love those those organizations as well. It is a concern for the ones that are not subscribed to those organizations to begin with, who are alone taking care of themselves, that need help.
Yeah, it's hard to reach them.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think too, it's a good reminder of the things that we included in our municipal development plan with regards to aging in place. The fact that our new municipal development plan, a number of times throughout the document, specifically outlined strategies for aging in place. And that was an important part of this work to ensure that is happening. Yeah, so Councillor Sandboe.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I have a request for this committee for the councillors and the councillors on it next time, and I'm going to harp on comms. But it seems to me that seniors are a really specific demographic with really specific comms needs. And if the committee could help the city understand how to communicate with them, because I know there's been a little bit of work around this, but if we could make that more of a direct line, because I think this is one demographic in particular that might need a little extra help to get access to resources and up-to-date information and all of that.
Great, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Councillor Sandboe just stole my comment, but also, having. Is there may I ask this question? I hope so. Is there a staff liaison on this committee? Yeah, because I think that's super beneficial to have a comms or a community services staff liaison on this committee. That said, I love the gumption of the councillors who are on this committee. You guys have put in a lot of work over the last year. I would like to see, though, this the next councillors who are appointed to this to be more of that demographic. So, we can appoint the seniors like Councillor Narayan and Mayor Dean to this committee so that we can have a little more...
No, I'm not.
No, I'm just kidding. You guys did great, and thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions with regards to this committee? The only thing I want to point out is that we're going to need to remember, and I think that there has been it's not a negative tension, so tension can be seen in a couple different lights when you use the word tension, but I think that there has been a tension, and I think that it's going to be really important that the Seniors Advisory Committee and the Older Adults Coalition Committee have really good communication moving forward. And so I think that one of the things that would be beneficial is for those two groups, should the next council decide to carry on with the Seniors Advisory Committee, I think it would be very advisable for the Seniors Advisory Committee and OACC to come together and have some conversations and just see who's going to take care of what, who's going to do what. Is there a need for both? How does that work? And to do it in such a way where feelings don't get hurt, people don't feel left out. We know that some of the ways that OACC came about was because of how originally the Seniors Advisory Committee came to a rather abrupt end. And so I think then moving forward, having a council that's going to have a full term, should they make the decision on having the Seniors Advisory Committee. I know, Councillor Grant, it's something that you've mentioned. I do think that it would be good for these two groups, or even just for council, perhaps council to have the conversation with OACC to see what a city-led committee could look like moving forward, and see what those synergies would look like, would be my only comment that I would have with regards to this committee. Any other comments, questions with regards to the committee? Thank you. Can I have a motion to accept for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee report from the Seniors Advisory Committee for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Grant, I think we're going right back to you as we are now up for the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation.
Yes, Mayor, we're about to go on a run here for sure. Mayor's Task Force for Recreation Committee update. Again, I want to thank the committee. It's a fantastic committee. And again, like most of your committees, the people that sit on these committees are real experts in a lot of this stuff, and their expertise is invaluable in these conversations and helping guide us to move a lot of these things forward. Recreation is a major one, and we have some amazing committee members that contribute to this very, very diligently, very dedicated. So it's a fantastic group, and I would like to thank them. Okay, we will start with number of vacancies. So we're 8 community members in two sub-task force. Those sub-task force are made up of 1 to 2 staff. We've only really had 1, and then 2 council members. And I believe are you ex officio on this, Mayor?
I'm ex officio on all.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the makeup of our committee, or our task force, I should say. So the goals and objectives that we completed this year. This committee's done a lot of work. We've really been leaning into the majority of our work, and the main focus of our work here has been to lean into the design and needs assessments for the Dawson recreation facility. So we dug into that. That was a lot of work. It was a lot of exercises. It was a lot of input provided. You know, we have years and years of surveys and consultations about what should go in this place. So we did a deep dive in that, and really listened, in my opinion, to what Chestermere residents wanted, and when we envisioned this new project. And I hope to bring that to a reality soon, or I hope the city brings that to a reality soon, I should say. So one of the other things that we did this year was we provided feedback on CRCA operations. Obviously, we know there was a lot of change there with the city purchasing the CRC lands. That is, it's an amazing thing. That's looking back on it, that'll probably be one of my most proud accomplishments from this term is resolving that issue, that 30-year issue, in my opinion. So that's a fantastic point that came out of this. We researched background information on indoor recreational facilities. Facility needs as well. We reviewed sample test fits and cost estimates for the future Dawson Landing Recreation Center. That was exercises mostly to guide, making sure that our eyes weren't bigger than our stomach, and maybe they are a little bit, but that's okay. I think it's all right to dream big sometimes and see where you land. So we also made recommendations to council about future recreational facility development for the Dawson Landing site and next steps. As we know, that's a decent sized piece of land over there. There is other land that's zoned rec in that vicinity, so there is immense potential for recreation in that area to come out of that spot. So that is something that we recommended that we keep exploring in the future. We also provided, this is another one that was one of my priorities and self-interest, was providing feedback on winter outdoor recreational activities, and that's not sports necessarily. That is unorganized, just fun, in my opinion. Just come out with your family. There's something to do there, an activity, and that's how you build community, in my opinion. So the other part, we provided feedback on potential fundraising opportunities for recreational amenities. That work will have to continue as we're exploring. There's a big need for funding, and we need to make sure that we're looking under every rock, behind every door, that we are making the most of every funding opportunity available to help subsidize the cost of building this recreation center, because the bill is large. As much as the OSL is funding it, there's a large portion that will have to be borne by the taxpayer if we cannot find the funding or grants for it. So I am confident, though, that we will find a significant amount of funding for this project and a significant amount of interest for our recreational projects by our larger community to help maybe invest. So we will explore that as we move along. We also provided feedback on governance options for a new recreation center. So some of the work, and this goes into what does the committee would like to accomplish moving forward. There is, as we're getting into this, there is a large. We have nothing. We have nothing for rec. So we're trying to help support that void right now by recommending what we think the city should be working on in the most logical manner. So as we are investing in these properties, we are taking on tenants. We are envisioning what these projects are going to look like, and we need to make sure that is thought about in a thoughtful way, in a cohesive way. So. So with the what recommendations do we have for the terms of reference? So we have talked about this before. This is a task force. There was a couple sub-task forces that were largely directed at 2 projects to help support the city's decision in moving forward on them. So with that, they kind of fulfilled their directive. So my recommendation and the committee's recommendation, or the task force recommendation, is that the new council make them a full committee, and that the members of that committee would all be interested in reapplying and being on that future committee. So I briefly jumped into the accomplishments that we want to focus on next year. We want to support the development of a recreational master plan. That is critical. Again, as I was talking about the governance and the framework, we have nothing. We need to build that framework, or at least we need to give recommendations on what we feel is the proper framework for the city to move forward in. There's lots of great ideas. There's lots of great experience on that committee that come from many different models. So the recommendations on how that can be done is fantastic. And this is one point that I would like to shout out to administration on for providing some of this initial framework structure that we're seeing. We need it. We critically need it. We have no guidance on the relationships we have right now. And we're just relying on what people have in place, and that does not suit us moving forward. So we need to figure out how we're going to guide those relationships and build that framework so that we are working together, that everybody's on the same page, and we're all rowing this boat for Chestermere. Did that. Okay, so the accomplishments, obviously the support of the transition of the CRC from the county to city lands. That's going to be quite a transition. We'll have to look at what the committee can do to help support the city in that guidance of that relationship. That will be an integral relationship moving forward between the city and the CRCA. So we need to make sure that is thoughtful as well. We also participated in discussions, provided feedback and advice about general recreational needs and strategies in Chestermere. Again, we talked about winter. We also did talk briefly about summer ad hoc activities. So that is something that we will be focusing on. That is something that I would like to drive more, and I hope the committee continues to drive, is not just organized sports, but other recreation, whether that's just space for board games, space for people to meet, not facilities provided outside, but amenities provided outside for people to just enjoy as they walk by. Just stuff in that nature to help make Chestermere more that active lifestyle and that we all want it to be, and we think is our brand. So should this committee continue? Yes. Wow. So the task force should be dissolved, but yes, we think the committee is critical. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do in recreation, and we will be leaning heavily on the committee to help provide the community's feedback into what this should be like moving forward. And then for the recommendation for council remaining on committee, yes, absolutely. Council should remain on committee for a lot of those points that I mentioned recently about this being initial. There's a lot of framework. There's a lot of policy that's involved in this. There's a lot of budgeting. Council is intricate to helping build this committee and this platform to bring it back to council for approval. So we say yes.
Great, thank you. Anything to add from Councillor Sandboe or Councillor Narayan? Councillor Narayan.
I think
it's all right.
It's all right.
There you go.
Thank you, Worship. And Councillor Grant has done a fantastic job capping that. So just, yes, I will definitely concur on having this change from a task force to a committee. And also initially the Dawson project, it was thought that there might be a gap between the first phase and the second phase. For about 20 years. I think there is enough demand to even reduce that to just, maybe another 5 years between phase and phase two. The task force is quite aggressive, but it's also driven by the demand on recreation, not just in Chestermere, but around Chestermere as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Yep, great report. Councillor Grant did a great job with that. Councillor Narayan, I agree with your points as well. Just wanted to hammer home how great the members on this committee are and how much I think we're lucky that they want to continue on, even if it switches from a task force to a committee. The rec portfolio is quite large with all of the movement that's happened this year, but there's a relatively low staff complement. So we're so lucky to have members of our community with the expertise to contribute basically as volunteers. But I think a lot can get done because of that expertise and that help. So, nope, great job.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm glad to see the idea of a master recreational plan, especially since now we own so much acreage when it comes to recreation with the golf course and the new rec lands. And a question is, as part of that master recreation plan, will we be looking at holistically, not just recreation, but community spaces, possibly not-for-profit hubs, possibly the library, but also in addition to that question, and my question will be directed to Mayor Grant or anybody in the committee that is willing to answer.
Sure. Mayor Grant.
Mayor Grant.
Wow.
Meg. Did you say
Wow.
Mayor?
All right.
Chair Grant.
All right.
Chair Councillor Grant.
All right. Okay. See how this is going.
Freudian slip. But also, I know that the mayor and I sit on the intermunicipal committee in regards to, between the city of Calgary and the city of Chestermere, as well as we both sit on the intermunicipal committee between Rockview County and the city of Chestermere. And recreation has been a topic of conversation between those municipalities. We know that there's recreation being built all around us, and the conversations, at least with the city of Calgary, have been, okay, well, if we know that you guys are building something in the city of Chestermere, it may change our plan on what's happening in Belvedere. Their Belvedere plan, as an example, is quite lengthy, and it likely won't be built for a number of years. But really, my question is, are we going to be looking at this master recreation plan holistically to take care of our residents more than the traditional recreational sense?
Thank you. Yeah, that would be Mayor Dean that sits with you.
Yes,
on
Mayor
those
Dean.
committees. Councillor Grant.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Get demoted. All right, I see how it goes. Thank you, Councillor Wawrzynowski, for the question. Yes, that is...
Deputy Mayor. Wawrzynowski.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, it's Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski. Yes, thank you. So yes, I believe that is some of the first steps that the newly formed committee should be looking at. Is our landscape of recreation in Chestermere has drastically changed in the last 3 months. So the work that we did, yes, it was critical. Yes, it was important. Yes, we needed to do it to support a lot of our models. But now that the landscape has changed so much, I do believe that the committee should have a fresh look at these projects in conjunction with the CRC land and see what can be done. Should that full project be built in Dawson, or should there be synergies put together with the existing recreational offering we have? I think that's important. It's important to look at it from a Chestermere scale instead of an individual site scale. So that is work that is important. I know you mentioned the Belvedere project, Deputy Mayor. That's probably 25 years down the road. I imagine their vision's going to change on that a few times as we go and as councils happen. So yes, it's exciting times. We have a large recreational offering now, and that means we do need to step back and take a macro look at our offerings moving forward.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to add to that, Councillor Grant, as you move forward with the master recreational plan, And further to Councillor Narayan's commentary on shortening the window between phases, I also believe in ambitious goals, and Councillor Sandboe has mentioned it in council session many times. There's opportunities for funding that are beyond what the city can afford on their own, and I'd certainly like to see that considered as part of the master recreation plan. But further to that, I don't think we've turned over all the stones in regards to potentially upgrading the existing rec center with federal funding such as the Green Fund or things like that, that I just want to go on record saying as we move forward with the new council that information is passed on to that new council and that committee, such that when it is brought back to council, we do think ambitious and look at the city recreation as a whole from both a funding and planning standpoint.
Councillor Grant.
Great point, Deputy Mayor, and kudos to you for recalling that fund. It is a fantastic fund, and now that we are, or at least we are the leaseor of a property that is aging that could benefit from this program, it is probably incumbent on us to help them, or at least help ourselves to reach out and see if we do apply or if we do meet the requirements of it. So fantastic idea. That I don't know if that is something that should go to the committee or if that's administrative work, but it is something that we should absolutely do at that site.
Great, thank you. Any other final comments, questions from council with regards to the work of this task force? Thank you. I guess the one last thing I would say is that it's been hinted at a few times here, and I think it is worth mentioning that about this time last year, the city of Chestermere basically owned 0 acres of recreation land. We now own over 160 acres of recreational land. Some of that land is adjacent to each other. So some of the land that is at the rec center, as well as the golf course, is adjacent to each other. And this has provided Chestermere with the opportunity to now be much more in control of its own destiny when it comes to recreation, as well as the new rec center that's going to be going beside the new high school. And all of these land acquisitions, it was the land acquisition that was able to open up the door for the new high school, which we've gotten the design funding for. I'm sure there'll be an update coming on the school sites update here with regards to the high school, and then the recreational lands that we've been able to do. So I think that there's been incredible work, and I think that input from this task force absolutely influenced a lot of our decisions with regards to the acquisition of these lands. With that, I'd like to call for a motion to accept for information, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the committee report for the Meer Task Force for Recreational for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Council, do you want to take a break or tackle one more? We'll go one more. Go one more? We'll go one more. Okay, so then we're moving to the Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee, so CDAC Committee. This is Councillor Grant and Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski. I see Councillor Grant's already lighting up. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm rounding third, headed home. Didn't like my joke? Been working on it. Can't make you laugh today. That's too bad. Work harder. Okay, again, I would like to thank the committee members of the ECDEV committee. These are fantastic people. They are the expertise, again, like I mentioned with all these committees, I am always astounded about the expertise in our committee or in our community that we can get on these committees. And I appreciate it very much because they are real experts. There's real experts in our community in a lot of these things. There's real successful business people sitting on this ECDEV committee. So fantastic people, and I appreciate them all. And I appreciate Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski sitting on this committee as well. He is invaluable. So with that, I will move on. We have 5 to 7 members. I'm not sure why that says 5 to 7. It should probably be a solid number. So we'll just say 7 members and 5 vacancies. Good. So the goals and objectives the committee has completed this year. So as we previously mentioned, it took us a little while to get our feet here in this committee. We had some struggles. We had some structural struggles with our committee. I think we've largely worked through some of those issues and are functioning very well now. So I am excited about what we can do moving forward. So some of the goals and objectives we completed, we accepted our TOR. We supported the Beacon Data Center project. That should be a fantastic project for this community. If there's more work that we can do to support that project in any way, we will absolutely do that. We gave recommendations for the MDP. As you learn the economic development world, you kind of learn to understand the intricacies of economic development and how the different documents can interplay with what you need to do. So the MDP is actually is crucial in an ECDEV strategy, in my opinion. You need to put in there a lot of clauses, and I believe we did, about prioritizing commercial development and making sure that we are making those investments prudently. We also gave recommendations for the studies that we saw last week. Was it last week? No, 2 weeks ago. Last week.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Sorry. Time flies when you're campaigning. So we gave those recommendations for those studies. Again, those are great studies. It's important that we start gathering this information. There is information out there. There are other groups that are collecting their own data. And that's great, and we can borrow a lot of that, but we obviously need to start collecting our own data so we can make our own assumptions from what we're collecting and make the right strategy moving forward. So based on the work the committee is doing, what recommendations does the committee have for council administration? So we do have some TOR recommendations that we would like to change. Obviously in our TOR, we had the ECDEV manager as chair in our TOR. And we'd like to change that to either one of the committee members with a councillor member supporting as either chair or vice chair like our other committees. So that is one that we'd like to make. Ensure overlapping terms for continuity. Maybe I'll let Councillor Wawrzynowski speak to that once I pass it over to him. Smaller composition of committee. So this committee is a rather large. It can be a rather large committee, and it's really hard. Like anybody that has an opinion about ECDEV has an opinion about a strategy that they want to move forward, and it's really hard to get 12 people on the same wavelength of a strategy that is right for the city. So I think the size we are now, which is probably a total of 7, that we can is a good size, and that would provide us. It would make us streamlined, and we'd be more effective, in my opinion, because we would be able to generate consensus faster and head in a direction. As Deputy Mayor likes to say, your quote earlier about making the worst mistake. The worst decision is no decision. The worst decision is no decision. The second worst decision is what was it?
The best decision
yes.
is the right decision.
Perfect.
The second best decision is the wrong one.
Thank you. Awesome. I like that. So we are with the recommendations of the TORs. Diversity experience is desired. So when I think we do need to do a call for a few members on this board, as we've lost at least one to my knowledge. So the committee is hoping that we do get a diverse experience for that call out in making sure that we're not overlapping the competencies that are already on the board. We also want the city to support more with legislative requirements and administrative activities. So I've actually made a list, and I guess this is good now that I'm on my third and final report of, I do have some recommendations that I would like to pass along that should apply to all of our committees. And maybe I'll go over that once I finish this update, but I think it's important that we do some of these things. So moving along, what do we want to accomplish in the next year? So the next year will obviously be a huge year for ECDEV in Chestermere. The committee has definitely got its feet now, and they are ready to start tackling some of these major issues and start providing recommendations to council. So one of those accomplishments we want to get done is to advocate for the adoption of an economic development plan by the end of next year, by December 31st, 2026. One of the other accomplishments is we want to explore commercial development attraction. I mean, we all talk about it nonstop about our tax base and the imbalance in that tax base between residential and commercial properties. So solving that issue is critical for Chestermere. We need to make sure that we are supporting these developments, we are prioritizing these developments, and that we are going about it in a thoughtful way. A major problem is not necessarily just getting these developments out of the ground, but that they are affordable after they are. Because that is a major issue of our business owners, if you talk to them, is the sky high rents in Chestermere. So addressing that is a key issue. And I believe it can be accomplished with the attraction of more commercial development. But again, it needs to be done in a way that makes it unencumbered by unnecessary expenses so that it can be offered at a lower value. What challenges does this committee face that prevent the committee from achieving these goals? So again, a definite problem on this committee is legislative requirements and like making sure that we're reporting properly within the committee guidelines. Committee attendance and focus is part of an issue. I hope we got through that. Missing direction a little bit. I do think that the city, or at least council, needs to set its overarching strategy and direction that the committee can then help support. We feel like there's a little bit missing there. And I already mentioned the diversity of the committee members. We're hoping to attract some existing business members from the business community to join this committee, as their representation would be invaluable. Is there a need for this committee to continue, or should it be dissolved? Absolutely, this committee needs to continue. There are major problems in Chestermere around economic development that we need to play our part in helping address. So yes, absolutely. And do you recommend council remain on this committee? Yes, again, as I mentioned the past 3 times, it is critical for council to be on these committees with the interplay between the budgets, the strategies, the framework. It's very important. And yeah, with that, I'd like to give Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski an opportunity to provide input on it.
Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. I think you covered on the most points. I'll just add some color to some of the commentary. There is some bridges to be, some gaps that we need to bridge in regards to what I have said in the past, the fragmentation within the economy and some of the other groups within the city of Chestermere. That includes the Community Futures Wild Rose, that includes the Chamber of Commerce, and that includes just a connection from our residents to administration and understanding what the needs and challenges are within the community. All those gaps, I think we need to have a cohesive approach. And I also would add that it's a two-way street in providing advisory to council from this committee on receiving direction. You know, we can certainly bring recommendations, but council can outline what those strategic objectives look like. And I'm glad to hear that this committee has moved forward with the approval of some of these studies, as well as the framework and moving forward with a strategic development plan. So it'd be critical for next council to complete that strategic plan, but also move it forward over the next 4 years with all of the stakeholders, residents, and the other business influencers within this community. We all know there's been a number of committee updates this morning. There's a lot of asks from our residents, and with our tax base being over 90% residential, it's absolutely critical that we diversify our tax base to include more than just residential property tax and other revenue sources. So having the advisory on behalf of the residents from an economic development is absolutely critical as we move forward in planning our economic corridors, our small businesses, and really understanding what the residents' challenges are. We also have to make it clear from a communication standpoint that we don't have control of the invisible hand, the marketplace, but there are things that city, council, and administration can do to make it more attractive to have business here. I believe, being a resident of Chestermere, that the challenges mostly are our residents leave Chestermere every day to go work elsewhere. and we need to develop a strategy on having them stay here and work here. Those local small businesses will be better supported by large businesses. The Beacon Data Center is a perfect example of, if we have 200 employees staying in the city of Chestermere, well, they're going to have lunch here, they're going to shop here, they're going to live here. We need to focus and look at those things as we move forward with this strategic development plan. And I'm glad that Councillor Grant, myself, that we have council on these committees, but we do need to bridge those gaps as we move forward to provide recommendations, to provide advisory, and really flush out that strategy for council. Not on behalf of council, but provide the advisory such that council can move forward with administration on what that rock solid economic development plan looks like over the next 4 years. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any final comments, questions from council with regards to CDAC? Okay, thank you. I just want to bring up one thing that I wonder if it can be explored, and this came from one of our business owners who had reached out to me with regards to CDAC about having conversations about zoning for our businesses, for home-based businesses and brick-and-mortar businesses. So how close can a home-based business be to a brick-and-mortar business that is of the same type? And so it's just a question that's being asked. I'm not looking for debate or feedback or anything like that from administration right now, but it is a conversation that has come up, and I know that it's a conversation that we see throughout the community of how close a like-minded business might be to one another. And so I think it could be valuable for some of the committee work moving forward to look at what legislation can be brought in, if any. What's an appetite for that? How does that work? What do we want to do about development permits with that? I think it'd be a big project that we could look at tackling within the next term when it comes with regards to this committee. And I would also say that one of the things that I would also like to see with this committee is representation from the different kinds of businesses that already exist within Chestermere. So our large businesses, our home-based businesses, smaller businesses, those sorts of things, having that representation across, because I think that could be very valuable and working towards those tangible outcomes. So with that, can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Can I have Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the committee report for the Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take a quick break and we will come back at 11:20. Thanks, everyone. Good morning again, everyone. Coming back now, going through our next few committees here, starting with the Mayor's Task Force for Not-for-Profits. And so this task force, super proud of the work that it has done. One of the unique things about this particular task force is that it is not a person appointed. It is an agency who is appointed, and then that agency can decide who is coming to those committee meetings. What I like within there is we've also made a differentiation between who sits on the task force and who is part of interagency. And so the idea there being that if you have a office, a space, if your primary work is in Chestermere, then you're on the task force, whereas interagency is anybody that basically delivers service within Chestermere. And so one of the overarching things with this committee will be having it move from a task force to a standing committee. I think going back to what we heard this morning from the Grant Adjudication Committee, it's going to be really important that Council continue to find ways to come alongside, support, work with our social sector network as we're seeing those needs grow. I think one of the biggest quotes that came out of over the last little while is that many of our service providers are starting to are forced into a position where they have to work in areas that are outside of their scope, because basically the vast majority of people that work in this sector lack the ability to say no, because it is very, very difficult to say no to a human being that is standing right in front of you and they have a need. And so we are seeing that. We are seeing an increase of our agencies working outside of their scope. And so I think as we continue moving forward, as we continue to grow as a community, this is something that's super deep and personal to me. All the things, the infrastructure, garbage pickup, snow removal, cutting the grass, cutting the weeds, all the things that we do, the building of the schools, the recreation, all of that is the fundamental work of a council. But I think one of the things that this entire council has demonstrated that is a key value is that we need to make sure that we're taking care of the humans that live in those houses, that drive in those cars, that access those services, that do all of those things. What is the council, what is the city, what are the organizations in our community doing to ensure that the humans that access all those things are cared for, which is a big part of what this committee does. And so having it move from a task force to a committee will be really important. It has worked really well alongside of the Grant Adjudication Committee, as well as interagency. And I think the big focus for this committee moving forward will be the creation of a not-for-profit hub. How do we find ways to centralize services? This has been work that I have personally been involved in this community for just almost 10 years now. I was almost involved in this shortly after I moved here, and have been involved in it basically since day one, long before I was a councillor, certainly as a councillor and now as mayor, continuing on this work. I think finding a way to centralize some of our services, having those spaces, having spots for people to go where they know that they can get access to the resources that they need, I think is going to be important work for this hopeful standing committee moving forward. With that, open it up to any comments or questions that council may have. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. I'm sure you meant to thank your committee at the beginning.
I knew that was good.
Just backing you. Okay. My question is about the not-for-profit makeup of the collective and who's invited and who's allowed to be in this. And the only reason I'm asking is because, hey, the rec guy. And I noticed that there's no sports not-for-profits on here. So, well, I guess that's not true. There are a few. So what is the requirement to be involved? And should sports be part of this task force?
Yeah, what I would say is that's a great question for us to bring forward to the organizational meeting as we look at the makeup moving forward. So do we want to have the sports group a part of the recreation or as a part of the not-for-profit? Because I would say one of the biggest learnings that I have had in this space, and I would say my shifting in this learning came when I became part of the municipal government as a councillor. So when I was on When I was executive director of a not-for-profit here in Chestermere, one of the things that I often thought was I considered the not-for-profit and a sport organization to be very similar, if not the same, the way that they applied for grants and those sorts of things. And so I admit that there was a possible naivete to that. There was a possible understanding. I would say that I have come to a completely different understanding now, and that understanding has come, especially since I have been councillor, and then has been reinforced as mayor, that I think that the work that is done by our sports organizations, obviously important. I'm deeply embedded in the sports community and in this community. I still ref hockey in this community, but I think that the work is different. That isn't to say, though, that they couldn't be on this committee. And so I think it's a great philosophical question for us to bring forward, because perhaps, too, if we're making a standing committee for recreation, what if the standing committee for recreation has a bit of both? What if there are individuals and sports organizations are invited to that table? Right, so you could have a little bit of both, and then have these as separate. So I think it'd be a great conversation. I don't want to necessarily play my cards on that right now to open up for debate here at Governance and Priorities meeting, but I think that would be a fantastic question to bring as part of the upcoming organizational meeting. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to this committee? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great presentation. Great to hear the updates. I think there is a lot of really good work happening in this space, and it's really needed, and there's a lot of demand for a nonprofit hub. I wanted to share a model that I came across recently that could be interesting to take back to the task force. I was applying for some grants, researching for some grants, and there are some granting organizations that use a community decision-making model that I think we could steal for a nonprofit hub. And what they do is all of the applicants for the grant come together, and the applicants collectively decide who gets and doesn't get the grants. So it's a conversation. And I think that could be a really interesting way to decide, for example, space allocation, building design, stuff like that. So I just wanted to share that as an interesting model for possibly the future.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other comments or questions with regards to this committee from council? Great. Thank you. Can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee report from the Mayor's Task Force for nonprofits for information.
Comments, questions from council? I would like to say thank you to all of our not-for-profit groups here in our community and the incredible work that they do. I think that they what's incredible to me about our not-for-profit service providers is the untold stories and the work that they do behind the scenes, and the number of things that they just get done. And the humans that they take care of. And so it is obviously something that's near and dear to my heart. Before I became into municipal government here in Chestermere, this was essentially the group that I came out of. So I obviously have a very, very soft spot for this group, and am thankful for the work that they do. With that, we'll call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee. And this, I believe, Councillor Sandboe is going to take this one. Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was filled out by the chair of the committee, Bill Pedalston, but he wasn't able to come today, so I'll take this one. Thank you to the members of the committee. I did have that in my notes, just for the record. I was going to say thank you. But yeah, thank you to the members of the committee, and not only that, but for the people who have advocated for several years that we get an authority like this in Chestermere, because it is quite important. And it's one of those things that the longer you take to get it established, the harder it is to preserve some of the information, right? And our Historical Foundation has done a good job of doing that, and this will add some much needed support. we have had an opportunity to meet 2 times and really just get established. And I think we have the right people on this committee to move the committee's work forward. So at present, we have 0 vacancies, 7 members. Some of the goals and objectives really just in the establishment phase right now. So terms of reference approved, members appointed, the chair, and I've been appointed as the vice chair as well. We started a list of action items for the committee to work on, and this will probably be a standing item for committee meetings. So we look at the long list of action items, prioritize them, and start working on things or bringing in the staff resources, requesting staff resources as we need them, and bringing things to council. We started working on a list of historical sites with the foundation and looking at making sure that that is complete, defining what makes a historical site, where the boundaries that we're looking at are, because the terms of reference does describe areas outside of Chestermere's boundaries as well as being significant to Chestermere's history. We received the terms of reference and goals. We want to make sure that there's maybe a little bit of overlap, but not unnecessary duplication, which here it says CHF, that's Chestermere Historical Foundation. We did welcome the chair of the Historical Foundation to talk to the group and start that relationship between the 2 organizations, which was lovely. And then as an order of one of the higher priority items, agreed that Foundation Point, along with the founder's cairn, should be restored to its original condition. I've already started talking about that work. I did also want to note that we've talked about but not set goals around at this time. The preservation of physical sites and artifacts, as well as the preservation of digital assets, which are 2 related but different things, and looking at how the committee can support that and what asks need to come to council to do that. We don't have any recommendations at this time. We're happy with the structure. It is brand new. In the next year, we're developing our list of action items. We're taking action and working on the list of priorities that the committee has identified. Yes, the committee should continue. It's just started. And yes, we do think it's really important for council to stay on the committee.
Thank you. CAO, Mr. Edney, I apologize. I'm going to put you on the spot here with something. Do you have an update that you could give us with regards to Founders Point? I know that it's a conversation that continues to come up. It was something that the committee was passionate about, but I also know that it is a conversation that has continued in our community. I've received messages as early as recent as this morning about Founders Point. So I'm just wondering if you have any updates for us with regards to Founders Point.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I can give you a quick update. So I am expecting construction to start out there this week. It was supposed to be last week, but kind of what we're seeing across the board is things keep getting bumped here. So I would expect to see some equipment moving over there shortly on this site. The week of the 6th is what my last update was, and we're in that week right now. There's been a couple questions of what's happening over in Founders Point. I've seen the designs. The time capsule and the cairn will be a central part of the park going forward. It's intact. It's in good shape. I know there's been some rumors that it was damaged or opened or those kind of things. I can confirm that that hasn't happened. One of the other questions was there's a birthplace forest over there, and there was a plaque. After some investigation, that actually didn't disappear during this construction. Talking to the parks crew, it disappeared before that. But they are making a new plaque to replace that plaque that will be part of the Founders Point. So I guess some of it was damaged. Parts were damaged in some kind of accident, and then somebody stole other things to do with it. So that'll all be updated as well. So hopefully we can see that construction happen here this fall and then be ready to use that park again next year.
And would you have a thought on, you just mentioned, thank you for that update, appreciate it. Let's say that doesn't happen and it's Wednesday next week and people aren't seeing movement and they're wondering where to go to get information, right? So often what happens is they'll contact one of the 7 of us and then we're emailing you. Is there another methodology that you would like to see residents doing if they have questions on some of these projects as to where they could be reaching out as well? for information with regards to some of the projects that are happening.
That's a great question. The canned answer is reach out to City Hall and reach out to administration, but I understand that's a little easier said than done.
Okay.
Perhaps maybe what we can look at, since I have the comms group here, is because I have said construction will start this week, check our social media or check the city website, and we'll put an update on Founders Point next week. Either
Okay.
A, that construction has started, or B, that it is, here's the new updated timeline.
Yeah, I would say on Founders Point specifically, I would say, and I think that Councillor Grant and Councillor Sandboe would back me up on this. It is something that certainly this committee is very passionate about and came up as a high topic of conversation. And I think that that is reflective of a value in this community when it comes to Founders Point. So appreciate that. And sorry, Mr. Ade, I was not certainly not trying to put you on the spot with the communication side of it. I do think, though, I do wonder if that can be then a part of the conversations that we're having moving forward in the next term of aligning all of this, which I think is going to be great opportunity and work for our fantastic new manager of comms that was hired a couple of weeks ago. Mr. Edney, would you like to respond to that first before I move on to Councillor Grant?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think just one of the important challenges of why that's not a simple question is, if it was a Parks Department project, this is simple. Call James Blair, manager of Parks. He can let you know what's going on. It's a developer project. And that's one of the challenges we're seeing across the board with the weather we had earlier this year. All of the timelines on almost everything we've been doing has been pushed, and we have certain control over the developers, but not the same that we do on an in-house project. So when these projects aren't necessarily directly managed by us, the question of who to call becomes a little more cumbersome. So often it ends up into Mr. Chandiok's department somewhere and somebody who's chasing down the agreement with the developer. So we'll try on these developer projects, at least for this year, to be a little more proactive, and come next spring, perhaps we'll think of a way for some kind of portal or email or something for people to, just have a way to contact us directly with questions.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Councillor Grant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. To administration, Mr. Edney, just quickly, I think the new council, and this is probably not a council task, but these development agreements, I think that we need to look at them, and I think we need to reevaluate the measures in them to make sure that projects are completed on time and that things are happening on the appropriate timelines. So that just came to my head just as we were talking. My initial point was about the Kiran, and I was going to bring up that it was a time capsule, and I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that it's a time capsule. But I also wanted to ask, since this was a concern of the committee as well, that how is administration going to track and mark the date that when that time capsule is supposed to be open, so that it's opened on the proper date? Like, what's a metric? We're looking at a place that has lost a lot of history, right? And this is something that would completely be lost easily, right? If we're not making sure that we're tracking these kind of things. So I'm wondering if you know of a way that we can document that as administration, or if you have any recommendations on that.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Dean, to Councillor Grant. That seems like such a simple task. And I was going to say, we'll put it in a calendar somewhere. I'm sure it is, but you've made a good point on a lot of things of, something we've experienced organizationally, and a lot of people focus on what happened with the previous council prior to this council, but it's what happened with the turnover in administration that also becomes important. 5 years ago, we would have had a lot of staff who knew all about it. Nobody would have forgot. There's probably a lot of staff who don't even know that that's a time capsule. I didn't know that until I was talking with Mayor Dean. So you bring up a good point of maybe the foundation or the committee can remind us, but we'll make sure we get somewhere to make sure that's in some kind of calendar, some kind of task sitting with probably the Parks Department to make sure that whenever that's supposed to be opened, that we we address that. Circling back to your initial comment, just for your awareness, that is something that with our new director and new staff we are doing. We are evaluating our development agreements. We're evaluating our whole process of how we deal with the developers. Right now, we're just dealing with kind of what's left over from previous admin and doing our best. And again, I think, if I can speak candidly, we give the developers a hard time, but I think most of them are trying to do their best to get things done. They're just facing the same stress as we are with availability of crews, availability of labor, materials, and then the darn weather we had. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get that across the finish line.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I wanted to comment on the broken plaque for the birth forest and just how that emphasizes for me how important it is that we have this list of assets, because I'm not sure whether you know that was the first birth forest in town. So that was the first plaque we put on. So it's kind of sad that is missing and not preserved. I was also wondering, so the cairn, it hasn't been put back in yet, correct? So would there be an opportunity to put something else with it at the same time? Maybe something to commemorate our 10-year anniversary as a city or something like that?
Mr. Erdney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean, through to Councillor Sandboe. Yeah, I think that's something we could explore. Probably not part of the design that the developer or the contractor right now would do, but it's something we can look. I know I've seen the plans around the cairn. There's a nice flower bed and the convergence of a couple pathways and some seating and that kind of thing around it. So there would be a good opportunity to, if we wanted to put something else in that area as well, we could definitely do that. So again, if council has some suggestions, obviously I'm hearing something to commemorate our 10 years as a city, we can look at doing something like that and incorporating it.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other final comments, questions from council with regards to this committee? Okay, I just have one. One of the things that we also highlighted was the importance for our council to be reporting back when we go to conferences and conventions and that sort of thing. And one of the things that Councillor Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski and I had the opportunity to do was we actually met when we were in Ottawa. Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski and I met the representative from who works for the city of Ottawa, who they have an entire department that just does heritage work within their city. And they, whenever a new development's coming, whenever they're looking at new things within Ottawa, this department is involved in that work. And what's been great is that since then, I've been able to connect with that staff member who's provided us with a lot of different resources that has been given to this committee. So we are obviously not where the city of Ottawa is right now in terms of our venture down this road for preserving heritage and things like that. But I did want to highlight that takeaway that Deputy Mayor and I had as we had a fantastic conversation with her while we were there. And like I said, I've had opportunity to follow up and I'm appreciative to City of Ottawa for them providing those resources to Chestermere just from that connection that we made while we were at the FCM conference. With that, can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the committee report from the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Moving on to some other committees that look a little bit different than some of the committees we've been talking about thus far, but obviously no less important with the work that we're doing. So going to the Airport Community Consultative Committee being presented by Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. This one has undergone a name change, so now it is the Airport Community Consultative Committee. It was something else before that. It was a little bit less community-based. This is an external committee. From how I'm perceiving this, committee is a very loose term for this. It's more a communications tool that YYC uses and invites different stakeholders to. So I find the meetings very interesting. I'm not sure what the specific goals and objectives of this committee are, other than communicating what's happening and giving maybe some interested parties an opportunity to be involved and engaged and ask questions. It is interesting to get information on things like the flight path changes, capital projects, anti-trafficking campaigns. Some of these things have come to council, and the flight path in particular, at a recent meeting I was at, we did see that there was a change to a flight path. So eventually it will be a little bit different. It won't be quite as over top of Chestermere. It'll be a little bit to the side. So stuff like that is really interesting. That being said, I don't have a lot to report on this. I'm not sure that council should remain on this committee. I think if a committee or if a councillor is interested, why not? Both myself and Mayor Dean, as my alternate, have had an opportunity to attend the meetings. It's interesting and broadly relevant to Chestermere. But other members of the committee are not typically elected officials or even municipal officials. They look like they're volunteers for association boards, as well as staff from YYC. So, as I said, this committee acts as a communication channel for YYC rather than a working group. So I haven't seen an opportunity for, like real action that I could input as a member of this committee. So at this time, I'm recommending that council consider redirecting the committee to administration to determine whether a member of staff could attend the meetings, as I think some of the updates are probably relevant and worth just knowing about in case they do relate to us. And then determining at that time if there's any future administrative or governance input for these items.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I know our council has worked really hard to establish relationships with their neighbors, and done that both at the provincial level and with our neighbors, the city of Calgary, Rocky View County, and even those who aren't necessarily direct neighbors with us. And my question would be to Councillor Sandboe, through our chair to Councillor Sandboe. I hear what you're saying about not necessarily having a councillor on this committee, given how, and I'm certainly not an expert on how the laws work on flying over the southern Alberta, but do we not really have much of a voice being on that committee? It's just like communication. This is what we're doing. Here you go. Tell your residents. Thanks a lot.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the power in that is knowing that it's happening, and then at that point, the city, either through the council level or the administrative level, could decide whether we wanted to communicate with YYC about what is being proposed. I don't think it's directly happening through that committee, as I would say the people leading the committee are probably not the ones who would directly be able to make those changes if recommendations were brought forward. And that's not a jab on the committee or anything. The presentations are thoughtful and very well done, and
it's just not the venue.
It's just not how we would do it. So that's why I think, to me, it's a why not. If someone's really interested, they could do it. Otherwise, I think it is worth administration being present to just know what's happening in case there is something that we would like to discuss with YYC.
Thank you.
I had a brief conversation with some of our firefighters about this, and it's always interesting when you speak with somebody from emergency services, just the way they think. And so we think plane flying overhead, noise. They think plane flying overhead, crash into house. So one of the things when they hear about the flight path changing is, how does that affect our training? How does that affect what we need to do at the Chestermere level? If there's more planes flying overhead, is there any further preparation that we need to do? So I really like your suggestion of the idea of maybe if it's not a councillor, because I'm pretty sure we were the only elected officials there. I don't remember any other elected officials being at that committee, but lots of administration. And like I said, when I had this conversation with the fire department, they really appreciated hearing the information, because they were like, oh, the planes are flying there now, good to know. Because again, they just see the world differently, and God bless them for it, because that's what we need them to do, is see the world that way, right? And so, yeah, like I said, when they view it, How do we do training now? What does that mean? How do we do that? Do we need to have further conversation? What's our emergency management response plan? If that plane crashes because we have more flights, all of those sorts of things is what they come at it from. So I really like that, and I do wonder from that perspective, is it somebody from our emergency services or from planning and development, somewhere in there? I'm obviously not directing administration, but just a thought on that, because that is certainly a conversation that has come up as I had this brief conversation with the fire department about it. Okay. Any other comments, questions with regards to this committee? Great, thank you. Call for motion to accept for information. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the Governance and Priority Committee accept the committee report for the Airport Community Consultative Committee for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Community Futures Wild Rose Committee, a committee that we all know Councillor Sandboe is very passionate about. Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I do really love this committee. I really love being on this committee. I guess it's less of a committee. It is actually a board. So Community Futures is a national organization, and there's Community Futures all across Canada, funded by the federal government to do economic development and specifically job creation in rural areas. So the community futures that we're a part of is Community Futures Wild Rose. Different community futures are structured differently, but ours has shareholders from the municipalities in the region. So they have invited Chestermere to have a seat as a shareholder on the board. And in the past, it's been vacant. And with this term, I've been appointed to it. So right now, it's 0 vacancies because Chestermere has accepted this position, and there's 15 total stakeholders. So as I mentioned, the goal of the board is rural business creation and retention as well as job creation. And I do need to mention that rural piece because I think there is a time in Chestermere's future where we will no longer be eligible to receive the really amazing supports from this organization. So it's a great time to take advantage of it right now for our economic development business community. Also, this particular Community Futures is one of the top performing in Alberta and actually all of Canada. And I think we were the top in Alberta this year, which is just amazing. It just shows how functional it is. So particularly relevant to Chestermere, Chestermere's businesses have been loaned $2.7 million by Community Futures Wild Rose since 1989, and that's 7% of all Community Futures Wild Rose loans. So that's not bad, but for example, Strathmore is at like 20% or something. So there's been a lot more going to Strathmore than Chestermere. But since I've been on this board, we've had about $500,000 loaned, which is like 20% of the total amount loaned to Chestermere. So I think that talks about two things. One, how having someone on this board talking about it all the time and promoting it all the time helps, but also just the growth we're experiencing in Chestermere, right? We have way more businesses here than some of the other communities like Three Hills and Linden and, others. So there's a really big opportunity for us. We also launched the Heart of the Community Awards to celebrate small businesses in each quadrant of the catchment area. We are in Q4 and the nominations are currently going right now. So for anyone listening, you can nominate a local business at wildrose.albertacf.com. And this is really for a business that gives back to the community in like really, really important ways. Are they giving all of their bottles from their bar to the local sports teams? Are they hosting? Are they giving donations and sponsorships? Are they putting on special events for the community? Are they a heart of the community? And it will be the board that decides, and there is a cash prize. I put some metrics on there, which I won't go through, but just to give you some idea. So recommendations that I would have for council or administration. I'm going to start forwarding the impact reports and updates so that they can be included. Well, I guess at this point I have started, but the next council should forward the updates and consent agendas to put into consent agendas to keep council, administration, and residents informed on Community Futures Wild Rose services and results. I also think that the next council should really consider budgeting a small amount every year to support increased service delivery in Chestermere. Right now it's free for us to be part of this organization, to be a stakeholder in this organization. But because it is federally funded and the funding has not changed, I think in something like 30 years, the organization does struggle to keep up with population increase, and a huge amount of that population increase is coming from us. We should accept the Community Futures data for information and use it to inform economic development, business attraction and retention, and related policies. For example, we did business walks in Chestermere, and we got direct feedback from 61 Chestermere businesses with some, common themes. So that's really powerful. And then there's also regional data in the Workforce Development Final Report, which has been shared with everyone. And it does include some Chestermere specific information that's really interesting, and it's a good place to start for the work that we're doing with our economic development and the plans we've approved. So what does Community Futures want to accomplish this year? As it turns out, we're really, really good apparently at getting our money back when we loan out. So Community Futures is actually looking to take on higher risk loans and other bold projects because the organization can afford to. So what that means for Chestermere's businesses is that if you've been denied by the banks, if you have a less established business, if it's a startup, if you're wanting to take on something risky and bold, you might be able to find some support from Community Futures that you wouldn't elsewhere. And especially for their loan products, the lending rates are like the same as the bank. So it's actually really good services. Challenges, I mentioned the funding and how we should consider contributing at some point in the future. And then do I recommend that council remain on the committee? Absolutely, yes. This has been incredibly valuable for me personally, and I think for Chestermere. Yes, we should continue to appoint a councillor as a director representative. And I think Community Futures has been underutilized in Chestermere. And so we should look at ways of promoting it out. They do loan products. They do free trainings on things like social media and customer service and HR and law. I took economic resiliency training through them in another organization. So there's a lot that can be done there. I will sing their praises. But that's the end of the report.
Awesome. Thank you. Comments, questions from council. First of all, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Councillor Sandboe, that was great. I'm so looking forward to seeing what this does for a future council and collaborating not only with the residents, but as I'd mentioned, the fragmentation that we have in our economy and the various groups around town. So I'd like to see that and hopefully have some more involvement from the Community Futures with those organizations after the election and up to including administration. So no, it's really exciting, and thank you for the presentation.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Sandboe, great presentation. Thank you very much. You briefly mentioned about business supports, and I just wanted to confirm specifically if you know the type of lending they do for businesses. Do they provide operational loans and capital loans, or are there other restrictions?
Councillor Sandboe.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. There is some information in our agenda package. I just wanted to peek in there, but it does talk a little bit on there. No, this one it doesn't. Darn. But in other ones I've sent you, it will talk about the loans distributed by product, essentially. Okay. So yes, it is operating and capital. They also have special loans for young entrepreneurs, women, and specific industries. So they have a builder's bridge loan for small builders, for example, and the loans go up to $300,000 currently. So it can be anything. A lot of them are used for startup or for capacity building for a step change, right? There really are a lot of opportunities. The approach that they take to it is not just credit, but also character. and they will work with business owners and prospective business owners to build business plans, to come up with staffing and HR plans. It really is wraparound support before and after the loan. And there's a lot of heart involved too. So we've seen in different circumstances where some clients have had trouble making a payment for some reason. And there's an incredible amount of empathy around that. And the organization is able to work with them to get them back on track.
Awesome, thank you. So if I was a business in Chestermere, how would I reach out to Community Futures and get in touch with them?
Councillor Sandboe.
Please go to wildrose.albertacf.com or contact me for the next 2 weeks.
Perfect. Good plug.
Awesome. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to this? I just want to jump on the one comment you made, and I think that this is something that this council has very, very much. This is a learning. Certainly, it's one of my professional development learnings over this last year. But Councillor Sandboe, you pointed out the fact that since you've been on this committee, you've been able to see more money coming into Chestermere to help our businesses. I think that this is why it's really important. I know for myself that I have aspirations. I'll talk about this a little bit with MCMC here in a few minutes, Mid-Sized Cities Mayor's Caucus. I also know that we have some councillors on our current council that have aspirations to be on AB's minis boards, because one of the things is when we start to plug into some of those regional boards or some of those provincial boards, there is a direct impact of us being able to advocate for Chestermere and see money come into our community. And I think that that's going to be a really, really important part of the next term is us being more plugged into those. And so I wanted to say thank you, Councillor Sandboe, for sharing that, because you're already pointing out that by the work there that you've been involved in, that we're already seeing the benefit in our community of work that council is doing. So thank you for that. Can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the committee report from the Community Feature Wild Rose Committee for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take our lunch break. We will come back at 12:45. 12:45 we'll come back. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our lunch break here and finishing off with our final committee updates before moving into some updates from Legislative Services. So, going back to our committee updates, starting with Marigold Library Systems Board. This is being presented by Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm going to start with, I've been on this board just for 2 meetings, and I think that it's a really great board. So Marigold Library Systems is what our library uses to obtain its collection and maintain its collection over the year, and then it provides various services to the library. So I'm just going to read what we have here because I think that you're probably seeing this for the first time. As Alberta Regional Library System, Marigold Library Board is an autonomous legal entity established by the Minister of Municipal Affairs under the Province of Alberta Libraries Act, operating as Marigold Library System. Marigold is a municipal collaborative that the Marigold Library Board governs. A municipality such as the City of Chestermere is eligible to join Marigold because the geographic boundaries for this system, for system membership, are defined in the Libraries Act. The Library Board is a volunteer body and has has 42 members of municipalities all over its area. It's an operational hub serving those 42 member municipalities, which have 37 libraries in total. Marigold services do not overlap with what Chestermere Public Library provides to the community. At the Marigold headquarters and operations center, Marigold primarily works behind the scenes. Marigold centralizes purchasing and maximizing negotiating power to provide shelf-ready library collections, ebooks, physical books, and more. A fully managed IT service, including on-site and help desk support, websites and apps, training and support for member library staff. Working at Chestermere Public Library, and a van delivery of a new library collections and patron holds. Marigold also provides member libraries with software required for library activities, including Microsoft Office, email and user accounts, file storage, library circulation software to issue patrons library cards, manage collection inventory, collection inventory, patron accounts, generate statistics, and so much more. Marigold does work heavily in tandem with the Chestermere Public Library to ensure that residents receive state-of-the-art library service and exceptional value for each dollar invested. Based on the work the committee has been doing, what are the recommendations? Council may wish to continue to appoint a council member to Marigold Library Board because membership in Marigold Library involves an annual requisition. The Marigold agreement is made between the Marigold Library Board and the City of Chestermere. Representatives who are also councillors are well positioned to make important decisions and provide a direct line of municipal communication between Marigold Library Board and Municipal Council. So in the next year, Marigold Library Board will approve its 2026 to 2030 plan of service with goals and objectives to guide the period of service to its municipal members. In the coming months, decisions about the requisition from member municipalities for 2027 to 2028 will be made by the Marigold Library Board in addition to approval of Marigold's 2026 operating and capital budgets. As stated above, Marigold will continue to make decisions in the interest of providing cost-effective, quality library services to its member municipalities. Provincial funding is a challenge, so some of the challenges are provincial funding. As the province provincial public library per capita funding has remained frozen at 2019 municipal affairs population levels. And we all know that Chestermere has expanded greatly since 2019. And so these numbers have not kept up with inflation. The U.S. dollar exchange rates can impact purchasing power in certain areas as well. Marigold has successfully maintained current levels of service despite funding challenges, increasing costs, and growing service population. City of Chestermere is one of 42 member municipalities that form this library board and library system. It is a governance board, and I do believe that council should remain on this committee, with the caveat that the person appointed to this committee be someone who has also been appointed to the Chestermere Library Board.
Awesome. Thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to the Marigold update? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I already know the answer, but I'll ask the question just for clarification. But there's two different pieces to this, right? One is that the city decides whether or not we would like the city, and by extension, the Chestermere Library Board, to be part of Marigold. And then the other question is whether we appoint someone, right? Correct. And you're saying that both of those are, we should do both of those things.
Absolutely. The value that Marigold Library Board provides to the city and our library and its residents cannot be understated. They can use their buying power and their expertise to give us top quality products for our residents. So absolutely, I would 100% want this board to be maintained as a city committee, or as a representation from the city. Sorry.
Awesome. Thank you. I know in the past, the library board has had somebody sitting on Marigold for years. This is one of the first times where we've had a councillor sitting on the Marigold board. But Chestermere has been represented at the Marigold board for a number of years. It just, up until this point, has traditionally been a board member from the Chestermere Library Board that is not an elected official. Mm-hmm. Any other questions with regards to the Marigold board?
If I also may add to that, the vast majority of, a lot of the members of of this board are elected officials. So there are advantages to having someone there.
Yeah, sorry. All I was pointing out was the fact that Chestermere has been represented.
Correct.
On this board.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments, questions with regards to this board? Great. Thank you. Can I have the motion to proceed for information? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the committee report from the Marigold Library System Board for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Chestermere Chamber of Commerce, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Chestermere Chamber of Commerce. I would say that, I didn't give a formal update because we actually don't sit on the board, but we do participate in the Chestermere Chamber of Commerce. I'm fortunate to be sitting also on the CDEC committee, which both Councillor Grant and I provided an update on. I'd say it was mostly status quo for the Chestermere Chamber of Commerce. One of the things that they do really well, and there's a lot of subscription within the business community, is they provide benefits to the community, actual benefits like health benefits and things like that for private and small businesses. And there's a strong subscription to be part of the chamber for that reason. They have monthly meetings as well as, I think, monthly events, which a strong contingent of regulars attend. Where there's an area of opportunity, though, which we all know, and we've discussed this in previous council, and I'd like to encourage having a councillor attend these meetings, even if they aren't voting at these meetings. They're certainly welcomed us to be there, but to bridge the gaps with our business community, our economic development community, Community Futures Wildrose, and even in our events committee. They've expressed some interest. While we know it's always challenging with volunteer boards and their operational role, or even just in regards to volunteering for certain events, there's still some interest there in doing more within the city of Chestermere and not taking over, but being more involved in some of the events, such as we've always talked about, the potential music events or the traditional water events, wakeboard events, and things like that. I'm also pleased to announce that they hired I don't know if it's full-time, but everybody knows Kim Sonnenberg-McRae. She is taking on the role as their administrator, which is beyond the governance role that the chamber board currently is. So she's been a lot more involved, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out over the next year, actually putting some of the committee's not actions, but decisions into kind of operational play. And you're starting to see that online and getting a lot more involvement. So glad to be a part of it. They're good, but they're certainly, we could bridge the gap between the community and all of the other. The short answer is we could bridge the gap between our business community and our residents a little better. And that doesn't just stop at the business side. It could be in our community events and things like that. But yeah, they're a strong group, and looking forward to seeing what the future councillor having a seat at that table.
Awesome, thank you. Any comments or questions from council with regards to the Chestermere Chamber of Commerce? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I have a question to Deputy Mayor Wawrzynowski, or the council member sitting. The question is that how the Chamber of Commerce, the new business opening in the community, to collaborate with them, because some of the business I spoke, they don't have knowledge about the Chamber of Commerce. There is anything like they can send any kind of information when new business open into the community to connect as business owner, or they still need to do some work? Because I introduced few of new few business owner to connect to Chamber of Commerce. They have no idea about that, so I told them to go online and be a part of that. So there is some, so can you elaborate a little bit more for the information?
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, my feedback is, with a lot of committees, they're governance-based, not necessarily operational-based. So you have these volunteers sitting in a governance role trying to make things happen, and the Chamber of Commerce is no different. They did an okay job of communicating with new businesses or existing businesses. Their strength is certainly with the members that are regulars. There's a lot of businesses that don't subscribe to the Chamber of Commerce, and there's a lot that do just for the benefits, but they may not actively participate in Chamber of Commerce events. But to answer your question, yes, they weren't really involved in the new businesses that were opening over the weekend, and I'm sure it's not because they didn't want to be, or it's just the nature of having volunteers on such a board. Having somebody like Kim in that role, though, they'll be able to bridge that gap a little bit better. We even uncovered that through many requests through myself to administration to get the lists of businesses that sign up for business licenses within the city of Chestermere, the information just wasn't even getting to the right place. Well, we've solved that. The chamber has solved that with having a person responsible for the administration and the operational side of that organization, not governance. So I would expect in the future, Councillor Randhawa, that you would see a lot more feedback from the Chamber of Commerce for new businesses and existing businesses. And again, I would hope that we do bridge those gaps with the other business organizations that we have. You know, I said it once again, I'll say it once again, CDAC, Community Futures, Wild Rose, even some of the businesses who sit within the city of Chestermere.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to this committee? Thank you. I'm really passionate about this one. I'm a little biased because I used to be the president for the Chamber of Commerce before becoming an elected official. One of the things that I'm really passionate about that I would love to see, however we can figure out a way to do it from the city of Chester's perspective, is to empower our Chamber of Commerce. I look at what happens in Strathmore, what happens in Calgary, the events that happen. I mean, my goodness, look at some of the events that are getting held in other municipalities by Chamber of Commerce at election season and what's happening. We have a great mix and mingle that's coming up Thursday night, which is a great opportunity for all candidates. But I would love to see that gap bridged even more. I echo a lot of what Deputy Mayor was just saying. In terms of, there are some places where I see puzzle pieces that are kind of floating around a little bit, and we need to put that bigger puzzle piece together, the bigger picture together of those puzzle pieces, which I just think is going to help our economic development so much. So have some ideas on this that I'd like to work with administration hopefully on in the future in terms of how we can come alongside the chamber. But absolutely, I would love to see find ways where the chamber can be advocating more for our businesses to the city coming alongside the chamber and finding ways to be able to do that for our community. I just see a lot of untapped potential right now, and this is not a criticism. Absolutely, Deputy Mayor, you were very wise in pointing out that it is a volunteer board, and so I think what we need to do is find ways. What are ways that we can help to empower this board? I do think I am grateful for the decision that they've made to hire a staff member. They have not had one for a little while, and so hiring a staff member I certainly think is going to help. But I really think that one of the foundational pieces that's going to be key to economic development success in our community is an active Chamber of Commerce. And which is why I heavily believe in having a councillor, even if they're sitting ex officio and not voting on things, having a councillor actively involved with the Chamber of Commerce. With that, except for information, please, can I have the motion? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
Just to move the Governance and Priorities Committee accept committee report from the Chestermere Chamber of Commerce for information.
Final comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I'm up for the next one, which is the Alberta Mid-Sized Cities Mayor's Caucus. And I will say that this is one of the most valuable committees personally for my own professional development that I had the opportunity to sit on this year. The Mid-Sized Cities Mayor's Caucus, so MCMC, is made up of 24 municipalities from across Alberta. And it is being recognized at the provincial level as being an important advocate for mid-sized cities across the province. And what I want to do, what I would like to do first of all, is I would like to say a heartfelt thank you to the 23 colleagues that I have the opportunity to sit beside at this caucus. Many of them have been absolute mentors to me over this year. It's been incredible how I can just pick up the phone and phone mayors from other municipalities and just have a quick conversation with them. Hey, I'm new. I've never done this before. Apparently, though, I have been told that should I be successful in my upcoming bid, I'm no longer allowed to call myself the new guy, that now I'll be the experienced one. So I'm apparently losing that tag at the MCMC level. But one of the things that I have been advocating for actually at the MCMC level that I want to take a leadership role on is MCMC is looking at developing a specialized mentoring program that experienced mayors would be buddied up with a new mayor to help them understand the role. But we're also doing this for our CAOs. So that if a new CAO is coming into a new role in a mid-sized city, I'm actually working on a committee right now that's establishing a bit of a buddy system for our MCMCs. So one of the things that has grown from the MCMC Mayor's Caucus is that the CAOs also have a bit of their own caucus now. And so when we attend, often when there's, if it's an in-person conference or the online, so we meet online once a month and we meet in person anywhere from 2 to 3 times a year. And now our CAO, Kent Edney, and myself go to those. And there are breakout sessions where the CAOs they go and talk about the mayors and hopefully say nice things. And then the mayors just say things about their CAOs. But there is that great collaboration and great conversations that do happen. And like I said, the advocacy that is happening at the provincial level, because we are different than the metros. We are different than Calgary and Edmonton, and we are different than the counties. And what's been really, really good through the advocacy work of MCMC is that it's being recognized at the provincial level. The other thing I appreciate about MCMC is they strategically have made the decision that they are not adversarial, including when they disagree with the decision from the province, but rather they bring their concerns in a way of we want to collaborate and find a better solution. And it has been a very strategic approach. And it has been working very, very well. And the mid-sized cities are starting to see the benefit from this. So absolutely, I believe that it is important for the city of Chestermere to continue to participate in MCMC. Absolutely. I think I would encourage future council to have their CAO participating in the MCMC. And I'm also part of a committee right now that is planning a convention for February where all councillors from MCMCs and mayors are going to be invited to a conference. And it's going to be a conference specifically designed for mid-sized cities councillors, just to talk about some of the things that AB Munis does do, but from the specific standpoint of what it means to be a councillor in a mid-sized city. There will be ministers there, but there's also going to be a Bears Pit with ministers, but there's going to be a Bears Pit with experienced mayors, where experienced mayors are going to talk about what it means to be in the role and what it means to do that. And so there's a lot of very exciting things that's happening from this committee. It's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of it. And again, I just want to end my comments with just a thank you. Thank you to those mayors that I've had the opportunity to just reach out and have a phone call with, and just they have been an incredible support network for me as I've grown into what it means to be the mayor for the city of Chestermere. With that, open to any comments or questions that council may have about MCMC. Great. Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I couldn't let that go without anybody saying anything. Great summary. I had the pleasure when I was deputy mayor of going to one event with you, and I was incredibly impressed with that and the airtime that the municipalities are able to get with other officials and governments and that kind of stuff. I think it's really powerful for us, and I think you represent us really well. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a quick question. Do you have to be a city to be a part? Excuse my ignorance. Do you have to be a city to be part of the mid-sized cities, or is it more population based?
Population based.
So like this, like the town of Cochrane would be
town
a
of
member.
Cochrane. Yeah. So the president for MCMC currently is actually Mayor Janelle from town of Cochrane.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it's not. Yeah, it's called mid-sized cities, but I think it's the limit word. So it's not mid-sized cities / towns, right? But it's population based. So not the metros, not the counties. You have to be minimum 15,000, I believe, is the number. Mr. Edney, is there anything you wanted to add from a CAO perspective on MCMC?
No, thanks, Mayor Dean. I think you captured it pretty well. I think of all the things we do, because I'm generally with you at most of these things we go to, it is the place where you get the most intimate interaction, not just with the Premier, but the ministers and their staff. I think a lot of our advocacy work has stemmed from some of those meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Sandboe, you were at one of those where it's led to some of the things we're doing on stormwater. So it's a very useful group. It's starting to really get its feet. And like you said, it's also good for administration. CAOs meet We sometimes complain about our mayors, but mostly we just talk about the challenges we're all facing. I think the biggest thing that you didn't, to emphasize is it's a group of municipalities and we're all dealing with the same stuff. We're not the counties with a bunch of money. We're not the big cities with a different problem. We're in the in-betweens trying to serve a vast majority of the province and facing some of the same challenges. So it's a very useful group, and yeah, I hope we can continue to be part of it going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been public about this, that my desire would be to serve on the executive. I am seeing the benefits that other municipalities are having from having their mayors serve on the executives of those, and the access that they have then for advocacy, both for MCMC and then for their municipalities. But it is another thing that I appreciate about this group is that we really do advocate for each other. And it's been a phenomenal experience. I guess the one change I would make in the terms of reference for it is that moving forward, the appointment should be the mayor and deputy mayor. So that whoever is serving at that time as deputy mayor then would be the one that would possibly attend either instead, or there are times where more than one elected official goes, as Councillor Sandboe pointed out from when she was deputy mayor when we went up to Edmonton after the budget. Okay, with that, any other comments, questions from council? Thank you. Can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee report from the Alberta Mid-Sized Cities Mayor's Caucus for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Intercity Forum on Social Policy Committee, Councillor Narayan and Councillor Randhawa. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you two members of council. The Intercity Forum on Social Policy is made up of 14 different municipalities. I obviously sit on it, and there's always a member of staff that attends as well. We meet quarterly. Some of the things that we usually look at are policies and practices around early childhood development, addiction, mental health, family violence, environment, seniors, aging in place, social media, isolation, indigenous relations. So pretty broad scope of work that we look into. Essentially, the idea for this group is to share successful initiatives and also advocate for funding and policy changes. In terms of recommendation, I think it's a fantastic group that we should continue to be part of.
Awesome, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to this group? Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Ryan.
Yes, I move that Governance and Priorities Committee accept a committee report from the Intercity Forum on Social Policy Committee for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Sustainability and Environment Committee, Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is another different one for me. So this isn't really, it's not really me as a councillor specifically sitting on this. It's not Chestermere that I'm representing. I'm representing myself on this committee. So Alberta Municipalities is a membership organization made up of municipalities, and councillors and mayors become members of this. And as part of this, they have different committees that elected officials and administration can apply to. So I decided that I wanted to be part of the advocacy at a provincial level, and I looked into the committees, and this one matched Chestermere's priorities. They deal with a lot of water issues and related issues. So the Sustainability and Environment Committee deals with issues of interest to municipalities across the province. This year, we've dealt with some resolutions related to, for example, goldfish and fires on lakes. We've seen a lot of reports and participated in the engagement related to the Water Act changes that are coming up. and a variety of other issues. So it is looking like this committee will be changing for next year. If I'm lucky enough to be sitting here again next year, I will likely reapply, but it looks like this one might be combining with an infrastructure committee because both of them deal so much in water. But that being said, very similar to MCMC, anytime we as individuals or as representatives for the city can get an opportunity to advocate at a provincial level, I think we should take it. And so I encourage my colleagues to also apply for different Alberta municipalities committees because it's been a great experience.
Awesome. Thank you. I think, too, what's been valuable is the change that we made to our procedures here as council, where we have councillors reporting back on when we go to conferences and we come back and we say, what did we get out of that conference? So we go to AB Communities, we go to FCM, and we're reporting back on what we're getting out of it. And similar in that vein, that, yeah, this is something that's a little bit different than our committee appointments with council. However, I think it is a good accountability for all of us and for residents to be able to hear back about the work that their city councillors and mayor are doing that might be outside of some of that regular committee work. Any comments or questions with regards to the Sustainability and Environment Committee for Councillor Sandboe? Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the Governance and Priority Committee accept the committee report from the Sustainability and Environment Committee for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. And then last but not least, the Wheatland Regional Emergency Management Partnership Advisory Committee, presented by Councillor Schindler.
Cool. Last one. And it's a mouthful. Yeah, the Wheatland Regional Emergency Management Partnership Advisory Committee consists of 18 members of various municipalities in the Wheatland region, and we're slightly out of Wheatland region, but we support this committee. The goals of and objectives that this committee has completed in the last year. What this committee does is it identifies needs of partnership communities as it relates to emergency preparedness and assists in mitigating those gaps. With many communities having less than the city of Chestermere, it is important for groups like this partnership to help others around us. This is a constantly evolving task based on new practices and data, and this can also include, but are not limited to, emergency command structures, training, suppliers of equipment and manpower, and so much more. What this committee has been doing and what recommendations does this committee have? What it does is it develops the regional emergency management framework and allocates resources and supports all regional partners during emergencies. This is critical work that must be maintained, and all this information is disseminated to our administration quarterly or as needed. This committee wants to accomplish. So in the next year, there's been a change in how management systems are dealt with in the province, coming down from the provincial government. So now this committee must develop or implement the Alberta Incident Management System, or AIMS. I think it's as a result of the Jasper emergency to coordinate better and have our emergency services feel supported. So what they're planning on doing is creating a series of documentation and training for member communities, and then really implement it over the next calendar year. Currently emergency management systems are being changed to a completely new system as directed by the province of Alberta, which takes a lot of work, and the transition time is going to be the biggest challenge going forward. It will require, most likely, initial more initial training and increase in costs initially as well. No, this committee should not be dissolved. In my opinion, this is a very important committee. I think as a city, it is important to maintain a good standing on this committee, to be informed of the current procedures in an event of a major emergency within our region. This committee also demonstrates the City of Chestermere's commitment to regional partnerships. As sitting on this committee, it has been fairly eye-opening as to what the needs of communities around Chestermere have in emergency management needs. There's a lot of communities that have volunteer fire and emergency services, and I think that as a great regional partner, if we have the means to assist in these emergencies that could happen, knock on wood that they don't, I think we have a responsibility to lend our resources as best as we can. Thanks.
Thank you. Any Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My question through yourself to administration, to you, Mr. Edney, is I've seen strong collaborations between the City of Chestermere and the City of Calgary, as well as the City of Chestermere and Rocky View County in regards to emergency services and helping us out when required, and especially in fire services and EMS. Just curious if we have a similar relationship, or do we ever get calls that say, "Hey, Strathmore needs your help. Let's send a crew." I know we did that last year in Jasper. Certainly something to be proud of. But with Councillor Schindler's update, just curious how effective that relationship, how not effective, but how strong that relationship is.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean, to Council. On that question, so this partnership's a little bit different. So to answer your question, yes, we have those relationships with everybody around Rocky View. Calgary, you'll often see when we get calls, Rocky View equipment at some of our calls, Calgary, vice versa. And like you say, regionally through the province, we also have a system where when big emergencies come, emergency departments can reach out across the province to send assistance. You're right, we did send them some assistance up to Jasper when they needed it. This particular partnership is actually how we deal with our emergency management committee. So under legislation, we have to have an emergency management bylaw that dictates how the City of Chestermere will deal with our emergency management. Back in the day, not that long ago, at the time the council decided to partner up with Strathmore and Wheatland County to form this regional partnership. And so it's actually, our participation in is actually dictated in our current emergency management bylaw. This is something we're just looking at it with a fresh set of eyes, as is this the best approach still for us to take moving forward. And I expect the fire chief and Director Fluker to come with some kind of update to the new council on their thoughts on this going forward. So
excellent.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to this committee? Seeing none, can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the committee report from the Wheatland Regional Emergency Management Partnership Advisory Committee for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And that completes our committee reports. I think council commend all of us. That's a lot of work that's been accomplished over this year, and I think it was good for us to be able to take the time to report back to our residents the work that has been done, and to demonstrate plans that are going forward. And I would encourage future councils to do the same, to give at least a yearly, if not biannual report as to what is happening within your committees and ensuring that is done moving forward. With that, though, moving on to a new topic that I'm sure is on most people's minds. That is coming from Legislative Services, and that is an election update. And this is being presented by Vanessa Vandermeer from Manager of Legislative Services. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking to you through administration today. It's an exciting time for the city of Chestermere. We have an election going on. We are going to have some different aspects to this year's election. We have divided the city up into 3 subdivisions. Within those subdivisions are neighborhoods. In a moment, I'll read off the different neighborhoods per subdivision. If you live within that subdivision, in those neighborhoods, that's where you must vote. On advanced voting days, which are October 11th from 10 a.m. till 8 p.m., October 17th is 5 p.m. till 8 p.m., and October 18th is 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. It'll be happening here at City Hall. In the lobby, we will have the 3 different subdivisions divided. If you are wanting to have a scrutineer, your scrutineers are more than welcome to come. They will be placed upstairs along the foyer, and they'll have their chairs there. We are asking everyone, you are not allowed to have your cell phones on. You're not allowed to have any form of recording material coming into the voting station. So please make sure you have those off. In council chambers itself will be where individuals are going to be able to vote. Out in the lobby is where they're going to get their ballots. The exciting times for all of us. Again, we've come down to a election, how would I say this? The Alberta government has come up with a PER, which is called the Permanent Elector Register. So the Permanent Elector Register is this exciting new register that the Alberta government uses. People needed to sign up for it on VoterLink. Most individuals that are signed up already through Elections Alberta will already be on this register. If you don't know if you're on it, you can still go to VoterLink, and there is a tab that says, "Am I registered?" Just click on that, it'll tell you. So on election day and the advanced voting days, what's going to happen is you're going to come in, you're going to bring your ID, you're going to be asked these questions. Are you a Canadian citizen? Do you have your proper ID? Do you live within Chestermere? So IDs for the PER, the only acceptable ID is your driver's license or your identification card. That's all you need to be on the PER. If you are not on the PER, you will have to fill out 2 Form 13s. That will also be filled out on the PER, but it's a very basic one because your information's already there. But 2 Form 13s, and you must have a piece of photo ID as well as a tax bill or assessment, a utility bill, the basic information that you would have normally voting. Those then have to be taken in account. They get written down, you'll fill out the forms. The blue form that you'll fill out not being on the PER goes to be put on the PER. If an individual doesn't want to be on the PER, again, PER is the Permanent Elector Register. If an individual does not want to be on it, they still have to fill out this information, and then they have to contact Elections Alberta to be removed. We cannot remove you. We have to have this information if you are wanting to vote. Okay? So then so the advanced voting days, as I said, they're all here at City Hall. We have the back entrance and front entrance available for individuals coming. All staff will be parking out front so that the back parking lot is available for residents because it is a section that is wheelchair accessible. On actual voting day, Subdivision 1 is going to be at Chestermere Lake Middle School. Subdivision 2 is going to be at Prairie Waters Elementary School. And Subdivision 3 is going to be at East Lake School. Each of those schools will have supervisors as well as all the staff needed. If you have questions or concerns ahead of time, we ask that you do contact City Hall, as well as councillors if you have more questions or candidates that are running. Don't hesitate to reach out to myself, Vanna included. We also have staff on hand. Emily and Josh are available to answer questions as well. So then the exciting thing is we need to remind people. On our ballots, we will have 2 for mayor. You vote 1 with an X only. For councillors, you can vote up to 6 individuals, and you are to use an X only. If you use a check mark, you write on the ballot, they're going to be considered not valid. So we're reminding people, 1 for mayor, up to 6 for councillor. We're letting that out to individuals so they're very aware of it. Another thing that we're asking individuals, kind of exciting on it, if you're not sure on your school, don't hesitate to ask. So the different schools, so the Chestermere Lake Middle School is going to be our main headquarters. At the end of election night, Kent Edney, as well as our Sergeant CPO Vlad, and a resident will be going to East Lake School, as well as Prairie Waters, to pick up all the ballots. All those ballots will then come to Chestermere Lake Middle School. I must let everyone know that if you plan on attending for the counts, you must be in the doors before 8 p.m. If you show up at 8 o'clock and 2 seconds, you are not coming in. 8 p.m. on the dot. Okay? So we'll be doing all of our counts there. At 7:30 p.m., we are able to do our advanced ballot counting, as well as our special ballots. Special ballots have gone really well for this election. I believe we were at about 15 or 16 already for individuals that won't be here that have asked to vote. Matter of fact, I have an individual coming in today to do it. It's kind of exciting. We're also doing over at the Manor. We were there yesterday, as well as we will be there Thursday after the councillors, as the candidates get to meet and greet the individuals. They're very excited about this, so I hope all candidates show up for this, because some of them don't know who to vote for because they're not familiar. So the more the merrier to show up, the better you are. Get to know your individuals that are in the Manor. And then we will be coming in after that so that they are able to vote. We'll also be coming in 2 more times. To do that, we can't do the Friday because Friday is their Thanksgiving. So that's kind of exciting. Then also, so Chestermere Lake Middle School, which is our subdivision 1, the neighborhoods that are to go to that school to vote are Beaches, Chelsea, Clearview Estates, Dawson Landing, Lakeside Greens, Lakeview Landing, McIver, Paradise Meadows, Rainbow Falls, Waterford Estates, West Chestermere Drive, and West Creek. If you are not in those neighborhoods, you cannot vote at that station, and you will be directed to the subdivision that you need to be going to. Each of those subdivisions only have 1 voting station, and that's those schools. Except, again, advanced voting days, all 3 subdivisions will be here in the lobby. Subdivision 2 is Bridgeport, The Cove, Lake Point, Marina Paradise, North Acreages, Westmere, and Westmere Commercial. Now, commercial doesn't vote, but Westmere Commercial includes the apartments as well as the condos. They're just in that zone. Then subdivision 3, which is East Lake School, is Chestermere Estates, Clearwater Park, East Acreages, East Chestermere Drive, East Lake Shores, Estates of Chestermere, Kinnenberg North, Kinnenberg South, Lake Erie Estates, and South Shore. So that kind of bundles it all up. It's, like I said, an exciting time. We are not doing it at the rec center this year. We will be doing it at the 3 schools, as you can see on the map. This map will be shown at all of the stations, as well as we will have it up here for advanced voting days. So if individuals actually don't want to vote on advanced voting days, they want to be on election day, they can come in and see where they have to go to vote. Any questions?
Yeah, a couple. I just want to confirm a couple things. Number 1, should the teacher strike still be happening, the schools are still going to be open for voting, correct?
Yes, we've arranged it with the caretakers as well as the principals beforehand, that we're able to enter into the schools and set everything up.
Awesome, thank you. Second question I have is, can you just talk a little bit about the instructions? I understand there's going to be instructions that are at the voting booths that are going to be outlined in different languages.
Yes, so this year we've actually had the instructions on how they vote in different languages. The languages, if I recall, are English, Punjabi, Hindi, Filipino, French, and Arabic. We will have them in those languages, and they will be printed on how you vote, as well as the exit signs and entrance signs. Voter fraud, they are really pushing through Elections Alberta this year. If you are caught on Form 13 and you are falsifying your information, it is a $10,000 fine or 5 years in jail or both. From what I'm understanding, the legal system is not giving leniency. They do not want it to happen. Same goes with, a good example is you have an individual at the voting outside, one of our DROs. They know you. They decide they're going to vouch for you. If that happens, they themselves can be charged up to $5,000, as well as 2 years in jail and or both as together for a fine. So we're just reminding people it's actually a very serious offense. You are signing the paperwork to state that you're being honest. If you are caught otherwise of not being honest, you can be charged. It is not just the municipality's responsibility. A resident can bring it up and can ask for it. They can apply to the courts for a judicial review. If a judicial review happens, this is the exciting part, not really, a little facetious there. Judicial review happens. It can then, the individual that is making the complaint, if it is a candidate, can put another individual in winning that position. They can also request that another election happens, or they can request that the election you had is no longer valid and you have to go through the entire process again. So that's why we always tell everybody, let's be honest, fill out your Form 13s. You are signing it. It is an actual legal document. Make sure that you have your information on where you live. You are in the city. You can vote if you move here on election day, but you have to have proof of residency. If you're having someone vouch for you, that is something else that has come up. If you're having someone vouch for you, that has changed. They can't vouch for you as a person. They can vouch for your address. So if you have a piece of ID that they're saying, yes, you can live, yes, that individual lives there. They're my next door neighbor. If you come in with your Alberta Healthcare and you don't have a picture card, and that's not on the PER, an individual can vouch for you. That individual can only vouch if they are on the permanent elector register, the PER. If they are not, they cannot vouch for you.
And those instructions in the other languages also outline you vote for one mayor and up to 6 councillors.
Yes.
Awesome.
And it's also, it is in English on the actual board that you come to, but it shows it, the 2, it just says Mayor 1, Mayor 2, and it shows you where to put X wherever you want, and then it'll have 13 candidates as well, and it shows 6. You can vote from 1 all the way up to 6. But we're letting individuals know, because we've had some phone calls to Ledge Services over the last couple of weeks, that they understand that they are only allowed to vote for 1 individual. We are letting them know that is not true. They can vote up to 6. Any other questions?
Thank you. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to add on to what Vanessa is saying, one of the big questions, of course, people are wondering about is results of the election. We're still working on it, but we do expect to have real-time updates, likely starting at 9 p.m. on the hour every hour, which we'll post on our website and potentially on social media as well. Sorry, I'm getting thumbs up from comms, so I think we're good for that. Our goal internally here at the City of Chestermere is to have the counting and results done by midnight. Successful candidates will be very lucky to receive a phone call from me letting you know, but you'll probably see the results faster on social media than waiting for my call. So yeah, keep tuned. We'll send some more information out closer to the date of how to follow those live results, but we will have some live tracking results this year.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Mr. Edney. I am happy to hear the simulations have been going well, and we don't have to wait until the late morning hours to find out who's won the election. My question is, through our chair, our mayor and administration to you, Mrs. Vandermeer, how can you explain how ballot boxes and ballots are secured during transport?
Yeah. So thank you very much to the chair, to Councillor Wawrzynowski. So ballots will be secured at the end of the night for those 2 voting stations. The individuals, there'll be 2 individuals that are at the table. They will both sign off on the ballots. They are done with secured tape as well as secured stickers. They have to sign them on the box as well as the tape. Then Mr. Edney, as well as Vlad, who is our CPO, which is the Community Peace Officer, and a resident, will accompany each other to go around and pick them up. Once they're picked up, they will be then brought into the secure location of Chestermere Middle School, which nobody else will be able to enter, because at that time we'll have people staying at the doors to make sure there is no entry from anyone else other that is already within the vicinity.
Okay, thank you. Just one more comment to, through our mayor, to Mr. Edney. You're talking about communication. The website still doesn't show the times on election day, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'm just looking at it here right now on our election site. It does show the times for the advanced ballots, but election day just says October 20th.
Okay, we'll get that.
Let's update that, please. Thank you.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, the question to Vanessa. My question is, which one for us is all clear, which side is they will go to vote. Some of the residents, like seniors, or who they don't have a transport, or in these days because of the teachers strike, grandkids are staying home, and they have few kids, they are handling those. So in case and voting day or that time, they're taking care of their grandchildren in that area. Why they cannot come and vote? Why they have to travel and somebody has to take them to where they actually live with one child, because they are that day, they are maybe few days prior they were living there. So isn't that a hassle? Because if they are registered as citizen to our city, we don't have anything to check, like they are registered already and they can vote wherever they like to.
Ms. Vandermeer?
Through the chair to Councillor Randhawa. So since the 23rd of September, we have had special ballots available for individuals that are not able to vote, that can be delivered to their homes, and or they can come to City Hall to vote. It is a special ballot which is sealed and gets placed into a voter ballot box. There goes into a total of 3 different envelopes with seals on all of them. Also, we do have the advanced voting days for individuals to come in. We've made it as easy as possible for individuals that want to vote. We didn't know that we were going to have a teacher strike, but we have made it very public that there has been the special ballot available, as well as the advanced voting days.
Mr. Edney? No, you're good. Okay. Any other comments, questions from council? Awesome. So with that, I think we're just accepting for information. Is that correct? Awesome. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor?
I motion that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the 2025 election update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to comment that I'm really impressed with how the election is going this year, and you saw my face when you mentioned the hourly updates. That is awesome. I'm so excited about this. Thank you.
That's kudos to Mr. Edney.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't know if it's relevant actually within the motion, but I'll ask the question anyway, and then you can shut me down or somebody can. Through our mayor to our CAO. After the election, I would expect that we'd have a debrief to the successes and the drawbacks of the election. Is that what would be planned after the election is complete, sometime in November, something like that?
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think we would do that internally administratively.
Yes, of course.
Which is kind of how we came up with this new process this year compared to the by-election, and everybody trying to cram in the rec center on election day wasn't all that efficient. But yes, we will definitely do that, evaluate how it went, and see if we can make changes for next time.
Thank you. I only make that comment because you can see council, and me included, is so impressed with the planning, the pre-planning for the election So well done with that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Awesome. Thank you. With that, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Two final items on our agenda here for this afternoon. First one is a school sites update. I'm going to go to Mr. Edney and tee up a little bit for this one. Just wondering if you could give us an update on the road in front of the high school, maybe what we're looking for.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just through to you to council. I do want to say thank you to Councillor Sandboe for the compliments, but really it is the team that's doing all that work. Thank you to Vanessa and her team, to Vanna for her help, the comms department. Again, just we want to really make sure this election goes off well and everybody's happy after. So thanks to the team because they're doing all the heavy lifting. Yes. So quickly on school sites. Yeah, so I'll kind of give an update where we are on everything. Thanks for teeing that ball up for me there, Mayor Dean. So the paving of Merganser Drive is complete. There is still some work left to do connecting up the shallow utilities and connecting the street lights. But we do have sidewalks, curbs, and asphalt in on that road right now. The province, or the school board, I guess, I think it's the province doing the work, was in starting last week doing their geotechnical analysis on the building envelope side of the site there. So they're progressing forward as needed to move the high school site along. Just south of there, if you've driven by, I guess it's on, would be West Lakeview Road. We got the Catholic K-9 is well under construction. If you drive by there, you've got walls starting to go up on that site. And then the Dawson K-9, we've given the school board a conditional development permit. They've got 30% of their design complete at this point. So they've got that conditional development permit. It's now back with the province to do their procurement process to get that P3 partnership in place and get their 100% design. So I would expect, I'm not sure how long that takes, but sometime next year we should see that back from them, and then they can start moving towards construction as well. So yeah, those are the kind of the three updates on the three school projects in our community right now.
Great, thank you. And then I also understand that the Franco Sud School,
yes,
that's going in over at the rec center, construction is starting on that, if it hasn't already, almost any day now, and that they're hoping to open December-ish, but really on target for this 1st of January. Not sure if you have any further information with the Franco Sud School.
No, thank you, Mayor Dean, and my apologies for missing that one, but you're bang on. That's the latest information I have as well. So again, opening up in the rec center. So another new school in Chestermere.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to school sites? Okay, with that, we'll have the motion to accept the school site update for information. Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the school sites update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to recreation update. Mr. Edney, I'm also going to set you up for this one. I do believe that when it comes to the 160 acres that we have been talking about of recreational lands, that everything is now signed, sealed, delivered. But if you could just provide our public with an update as to where we are with recreation with regards to those sites.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. You should have set me up for the schools and teed me up for the recreation one. But
all right.
Wow. Yeah, so not actually. Hopefully we're done here pretty soon. But no, on recreation, yeah, you've made a very valid point. We closed on the rec center lands back on September 17th. I think I talked about it at our last council meeting there, that, as kind of just a reminder for the public, we own the lands, not the rec center. So we are not operating the rec center. We are not interfering with how the CRCA is doing that. We are hoping to work collaboratively with them on what the future of that facility looks like. But at this point, we are essentially just the landlords. But to some of the updates that came earlier, we are evaluating the use of the land and what else could we be doing there for synergistic recreation needs, with not just the new facility being planned for Dawson, but also with the golf course lands right next to it, and already owning that site. Also happy to update that we did close the purchase of the golf course on October 1st. So we are now not just the landlords, we are the owners of that facility. Again, we have an operational agreement with the current management group to run that through to the end of the year. I'm working on what an extension or a different option looks like for early into next year as we come up with a long-term operational plan for that facility. But again, we've gone from 0 to 160 acres of owned recreational land here in the past few months, including the purchase of the Dawson landing site. So we're in a good spot moving forward, and I've got the administrative team as we go into budgeting season looking at all the requests from council. If you remember, I think most of them were related to recreation and schools, so that's what we're working hard on.
Awesome, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from council with regards to recreation site updates? Okay, with that, well, I'll have the motion to accept for information, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Governments and Priority Committee accept the recreational update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just during the alleged services, how is it that are you wanting anything done with 7.3, the committee updates? Because we went through every committee. So would we just be, accept, these are just correspondence then? Do we need to accept them as such, or do we move to adjournment? For information. Okay, so these are all included in the packages. These are just the meetings. Meeting minutes. That's what I meant. So can I have a councillor make the motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the committee update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And with that, we've come to the end of our agenda. And so call to motion to adjourn our meeting for the last time of this sitting of this current council. And we'll see. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor, motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee adjourn the meeting at 1:55 p.m.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could, I would just like to honor something that hasn't been honored today yet, which is that this is also the last meeting of council for the term that you and Councillor Narayan were elected to. A few years ago now, and a lot has happened in that time, and I'm grateful to both of you for all of the work that you put in during that time, and all of the many contributions you've made. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? With that, we'll call for the vote.
Abstain.
And we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Does that mean we can't do this? Good job.
Can you imagine if that vote would have gone 4-3?